Hi, everybody. I'm gonna put a filter on my voice here, I think. I need a little bit more gains because I wasn't talking real loud. Oh my god, wow. All right, let's make sure I don't red out a lot. Let's see. Hello. Hi. Let me know if I'm too loud, too loud, too loud. Trying to get the right sound here. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, so today I'm gonna do more tabletop stuff. You're gonna see more hands. More hands, you say? What will we do with more hands? Let me, that's all the moving I had to do. Really, I had to reset my model a little bit there. Alright. Let's minimize this, bring this over. We'll wait for some people to show up. I'm gonna get some other music in the background ready. Still a little early for people, I am sure. Got a bit of a fun thing going on. Let's take a quick gain here. So this is what. Oh, okay. So I can do that and that. So I can still swap that over. That's perfect. Alrighty. Let's see. Anything here that's a really long one? Let's do white. Bat audio. Bum 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 bum. Ba-dum bum bum bum. Let's see here. We need some really long ones. Some really long ones. Is there like a playlist maybe? Twitch safe music. I like that. Hello, Kanagi. Okay. How are you doing today, this morning, this lovely day? You're the first one to arrive. Perhaps the last. I forgot to bring down some of this stuff. So all my books are brought down and put away. But some of the miniatures, left them here because I had to go after Strem. And I just straight up just fucking haven't returned to this room, so I didn't even bother organizing it. And I have quite a lot of I got a mess of people coming tonight. By the way, am I too loud now? I upped my gains. Oh shoot! You know what else I didn't do? All right. Oh, it's going really good for me. I'm probably not gonna have a whole lot of energy today. Maybe though. Who knows? Who knows? Already, I was in the middle of editing our Darkest Dungeon Session 1. You don't notice a volume change? Okay, that's good, I guess. Yeah, so I'm editing that. I'm realizing there's a lot of rules and stuff that I kind of threw in there, a lot of tangents, so I'm deleting that. It's funny because the gameplay starts at about 15 minutes, like after I edited it, and then it goes for another 15 minutes of just talking about rules, and then it goes into the gameplay. So it's almost like a half hour of listening. So I'm gonna probably make some timestamps for people when I load it up on YouTube, because I do have a feeling that it. I mean, unless people want to hear it all, which I'm gonna keep some. I'm gonna keep some of it in there, like some of the stuff, not everything, not every tangent. Um, but I want to keep stuff in there so people can actually be like, well, that's how the game plays, kind of thing. So they kind of understand what's happening. It's not just us rambling about nonsense, right? So, yeah, it's really fun. It's fun to listen to, re-listen to us talk about that and the actions, which is why on Discord you probably noticed I found a ruling that was in your favor because, technically speaking, you had an opportunity to eat when you acquired the Hungry and Thirsty. And it does say in the rules that if you are able to eat or drink to get rid of your Hungry and Thirsty, then you do not have to acquire the condition, which means, um, yeah, which means that you get to keep hopeful, which is good because that was one of the things. Hopeful goes away when you get your first condition, unless you're Silver Havoc, and then different rules for her 'cause she has a different quirk. But yeah, totally. I'm already excited to get. Oh, whoa! Yay! Yay! Yes! Yeah! I'm already excited about playing the next session. I know it's a bit too early that I posted already looking for people to come up with times, but that could be literally another 2 weeks out, right? So I'm not rushing people to get another game going. However, I'm going to allow that up to you guys because I am unemployed and have free time, even though I am going to be looking for at least a part-time job in the next little bit, just to have something to do. Because I mean, I need something eventually, for sure. Yeah, unless I get 1,000 subscribers. So keep that in mind, everybody. Do you want me to be here? You better fucking pay your money. Yes, I'm only talking to Kanagi apparently, but if I'm just imagining a world where there is more people, that is what I would say to them. Yeah, be my little pay pigs, oink oink. I'm just joking. That would be awkward. Yes. So today I'm gonna be doing more card game stuff, more real life. You're gonna see more hands, so get your tissues ready, and we will dive into some more gameplay. So I'm gonna be talking about some local games, ones that were made right here in my town, who I know the creators of, except for one. I don't know the creator of one of these games. I only know them because I met them and they taught me how to play the game, and I got a pack from them, and I can't seem to find that pack now. And it's funny because I actually know two of the local artists. Yeah, I know two of the local artists, Carl and Melissa, which did the art for his card game. I'm like, oh, I know those people, but so I bought extra cards just because I wanted to support them because they're really good people and really cool people. I don't know about him. It's weird because most of the game developers are in our game development group. They're really, because they're trying to promote themselves. And this one guy who made this card game called Kingdoms, which is kind of like, I hate to say a Magic the Gathering clone because it feels like that, like it's very similar to Magic the Gathering. Um, uh, yeah, he not part of our communities, and I don't know if he doesn't know about it or whatnot. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know, but it's nice to see just like people like coming out of the woodworks randomly, making games, and you don't even know anything about them until like they're already have card production. So he already has the packs done. So you get booster packs or like the pre-constructed packs for the different kingdoms, I guess. So, and he's already got his first set made, and he's working on his second set, which is kind of cool. Though I don't know how much it costs. I'm sure it costs a lot of money to get those things, because in order for me to buy packs of cards, each pack was $15 for 10 cards, which is like more than $1 per card, and they're not valued at $1 per card. And then a pre-constructed deck of I think it's roughly about 45 cards cost me $50. So um, when it comes to pricing for these games, they don't match Magic the Gathering for sure when it comes to pricing. Uh, Either not per card anyway. So the game is more expensive because obviously smaller print runs and whatnot, right? But I can't seem to find his game. It's here somewhere. I want to get like a pre-construct and a couple of cards. So it's not like I have a lot to show you anyways. And like I said, you can just imagine it being Magic the Gathering, except for instead of hit points, you have a castle or a keep, whatever, and your keep has an ability, and your ability has hit points and stuff. So they're trying to attack your castle, and you're trying to defend it with your troops and your spells, but it plays very similarly to Magic the Gathering, where you're playing cards based on your currency, and there's different currencies based on different kingdoms, which are basically your different types of mana, and then you play those out, and you attack and defend. They have like attack and defend like Magic, so. It's very too close to Magic that for me to really appreciate it, but a good alternative because it did fix the mana problem, right? Which is getting mana screwed or whatever. You can't do that because there is a separate currency, kind of similar to how Hearthstone has it. So that's something good, I guess. So, but yeah. So I'm going to show you today a couple of the indie games made locally, and then I'm going to show you a couple of games I like to play, even solo, and I might even play some. I might even show you some of the other card games I play. I don't know. I'll see what I can show you because um, the one game that I play a lot of, other than Lord of the Rings, which is like probably the most played, is Sorcery Contested Realm. I can't show you the board for that. I can show you a picture of it, I guess, but the board is too big to fit on my little desk here. But yeah, that game is a mix of chess and Magic, kinda, which is super interesting because you know, chess is kind of a fun game, right? But this game is better than chess because it has Magic the Gathering elements feeling to it. So therefore, it automatically is better than chess. But you know, it does have the moving the pieces around the board and stuff. And it's funny because there are cards that use the knight's move, like the L move and stuff. So yeah, it does feel just like Magic. And that's right, just like chess in a way. But that's it. Let's see. Maybe I'll just dive into it because I don't know. Maybe people will jump into this and not miss too much. I know yesterday when I did the whole TC RPG stuff, some people missed some of the stuff. I hope they were able to catch it back on the VODs, whatever. But there are so many chess variants, some fun seeing. Oh, like the 4D chess stuff. Yeah, this is not really chess variant though. This is really like a card game that has chess elements, right? Where you're moving around your sorcerer, which is like your king, but like you're casting stuff. You're creating the board, right? Because you're putting out your lands, which are like they're called sites, but you're putting out your lands, and that's kind of your mana pool, and then your lands give you the thresholds, and so there's more to it than just you're moving around pieces and stuff. But yeah, Yeah, I just like the mix. I love the mix. Let's see if I can swap over to my hands now. I mean, those my important fingies. My fingies need to be in this. So boom, here it is. So another playmat. Every time I do this, I'll try to swap to a new playmat. This one in particular is special. As you can probably see here is a collector's edition mat, which I have not been taking very good care of because I use it to play games on. This is why I can't have nice things. This is why I can't have nice things. I will use it. I have this issue where if something's collectible, it better be practical. Oh hell yeah, it's Middle Earth. I have a lot of Lord of the Rings. I think I mentioned this before. I have a lot of Lord of the Rings playmats because I play it so much. But I also got some playmats um, for tournaments. Uh, okay, hold on a second. I'll be right back. I know this is already too early to disappear and come back, but I want to show you something real quick. Just give me a second, and I'll be right back. Because weird thing about topics is that topics go tangents, but it won't take me long. I already know what it is. So give me one sec. Oh, you like abusing me while I was away? Wow, rude. So, uh, first off, it's like really warm in here. It's like 30 degrees. And I'm Canadian, man. Like, fuck. We don't do well in heat. I'm gonna turn some music on here. That might be too much. Let's see. See if I can turn this up a bit. Let me know if the music is too loud. Oh yeah, I got some water here. Don't worry, I'm all good. So, it is really warm here. So I want to show you these. These are tournament playmats, ones that I won from competitions and stuff. So these are. So I used to be a. Turn this down a little bit. I used to be a. Uh, an event organizer at two different stores. So I used to do events at a place called Outcast Gaming. It's quiet to you? Okay, well that's good. Well, the music shouldn't be overwhelming, right? I just want to make sure the music is not. Hopefully, it's good now. I don't want it to overtake my voice either. So, but if it's not, if it's fine now, let me know. So you can hear me over it. Perfect. Okay. So I used to be an event organizer, and so we would do a lot of like events and whatnot, and and funny enough, I did about events about games that I enjoyed playing, right? So unfortunately, that wasn't at the time. Wasn't Magic the Gathering. So Outcast let me do all the events like free roaming. So basically, they would let me go in, create the event using their store site stuff, and I would literally host the tournament, and then pretty much had full control over it. Like I had the same control as the store did, which is really strange that they let me have that kind of control. And it worked out really well for me because I got all the stuff that we wanted for people, all the cards and stuff. Um, and then then they closed down. So then I was like, oh shit, I wanna keep doing our card game. So then we moved over to a place called Midgard, and we started going there. And then at first they were very uh, welcoming, I guess, for letting me do my stuff, and even started bringing in all the stuff. But they wanted full control over it, which just makes sense. They're a bigger store. They wanted full, they wanted to make sure that they bought the stuff and that they had control over who gets in, who wins, and how the tournaments go. Even though they had no idea about the card games that we played or how to play it or anything. So he did kind of make things there were a lot of awkward moments being like, oh yeah, no, this person won this and this person won that. And they're just like, well, that's not how we do our tournaments here. And it's just like, okay, but what tournaments are you talking about? And they're like, oh, Magic the Gathering or whatever. Because we did this whole thing with L5R, which is Legends of the Five Rings, which is one of the games we played. And there was there was like these little metal tokens that that was supposed to be like according to the event rules that Fantasy Flight put out, like you're supposed to be given out during the league, right? So there was a league night and whatever, and then you would win them based on who did who had the highest points in the league. Because I mean they're really fancy metal game tokens are like a prized object, right? So we were trying to explain that to the person about like how the tokens work and how the cards work, like the standard cards and stuff. And nope, no, that's not what they were. They wanted to. Oh, no, your guys are going to have to play a full-on tournament if you want tokens. So everybody pay up $10 more. We're already paying $5, so it's $15 because they made it more expensive. Even though, that wasn't what was written in the events stuff as it is, and also it costs a lot of money to just to try to get some tokens. $15 each. That's there was 10 of us, so that's $150. Like $150 they wanted essentially to play over some metal tokens that were probably in a whole probably cost them like nothing because it was all part of the package. The package itself was like $100, and that package was for something like 15 or 10, no 10, yeah, 10 league games. That's 10 weeks. So they were, I don't know, they were asking for way too much money, and it was very frustrating. Anyways, so we stopped doing events there, and that pretty much killed it because they were being super selfish over it, and they didn't give a shit because they had Magic, they had One Piece. We tried to bring sorcery there, sorcery because that's around there, and then they were like, "Yeah, we don't have space for you guys." I'm like, "What do you mean you don't have space? You got like this?" Yeah, we don't have space. We got too many other games. and these were games that were making the money. So we just kind of were like, yeah, okay, I guess we're done. I guess we gotta come up. We gotta make our own store if we're gonna play our own games. Anyways, it was very frustrating. Unfortunately, we do have well, I guess fortunately we have a couple other gaming stores here. Unfortunately, though, the ones that do events is Midgard, which have a kind of a shoddy history with me. They're probably the biggest store around, though. An event center. There's a place downtown called Swords of Steel. That one has a terrible reputation. The person down there is a total misogynist, and says some really nasty things to people. I don't know, just not the right vibes. Most people who go there are usually about 15 to 16 years old, and that's pretty much the mentality down there. It's very, very immature, so I won't play there. And outside of that, there's no other event center. So there is a place called Kanto Gaming, but apparently that person's also an asshole, and will only run Magic the Gathering tournaments. We tried to get him to do sorcery, and he said he would, and then every time we contact him, he would ghost us. So those are, yeah, and I mean, our city's not that big, but we have a lot of gamers here. A lot. Anyways, so during that time that I was doing hosting, I won a couple of things. Obviously, I guess, not surprising seeing how, like, I ran the events, but I wasn't actually the best player. There were 3 other players that were better than me, and most of the time I lost. So, but this is the earliest one I got here. This is actually from Game of Thrones, the first edition of the card game. So this was I won this at the store champions. There's something on it. What the heck? Okay, this one's probably not a good condition one here. I got some stuff on this. I did pick this up downstairs. I wonder if somebody fell on it. But anyways, yeah, I picked it up downstairs. I don't know why. I think it was used as a placemat or something, because there's something on this. Anyways, that's just a tournament thing. I don't know why it's got dirt on it. I'm going to have to wash it. That is not how I normally treat my fucking thing. So I was using it under a computer downstairs, but then I moved it, and then it seems like something happened to it after I moved it. Anyways, so that was the one. Sorry. I should probably bring that back up. I'll just get a cloth. Wait, I just get a cloth and wipe it down, because I don't know why that's like that. 1 second. Yeah. I am the T-poser. The epic T-poser. Let me just wipe this down a little bit. Maybe I spilled something on it and I didn't even notice. But there's something right here. I'm just using it disinfecting the thing anyways. But this is, if you ever watch Game of Thrones, this is Khal Drogo. The moon and the stars. And he was a pretty good card back here in these days. Oh, it depends, because there's actually several versions of Khal Drogo. But yeah. This should not have dirt on it, because it's... You can buy these used, maybe. But, like, there was only so many people that got these, right? But I don't treat my playmats with perfection, because I use them, right? I don't just store them away or put them up or anything. So I will use them. To me, it's like, if they're not being used, then what's the point of them? And also, they give me a story, right? So if someone's like, how the heck I didn't even know there was a Game of Thrones card game or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, there was actually 2. There was this and the 2nd edition game. And I only won 2 tournaments. So, out of all of them. So you can see that I'm not the best. And I've been playing this since, well, I was playing it since like 2012, roughly. The Game of Thrones game. So I came out of the gate strong. So that is Khal Drogo. Khal Drogo. And I wiped it down. Smells good. Smells minty now. Yummy. And one other one here. I think the quality of their playmats went down a little bit afterwards, but this is another one here. Another champion playmat here for 2015. So this would be Old Bear Mermount. So he would have been the guy who ran, the Night's Watch in Game of Thrones. If you don't know anything about Game of Thrones, you're probably not going to matter. But funny enough though, I was actually a Baratheon player. I love playing Stannis Baratheon. He was like my favorite card, so I made a lot of Stannis decks. I tell you right now, people hated me because Stannis was a bit of stasis. He would like lock down the other person to keep them knelt. Because the whole point, so over in that game, when you tap cards, they're called kneeling. So the whole point of the Baratheons were to make everybody else kneel to them. So I would just make all my enemies kneel, and then I would kneel my own characters to gain power and win that way. It was really fun. Um, anyways, playmats. I got this other playmat here as well. It's a unique one because it's not meant to actually be fully played on, and it's super long. So this one here, oh god, I can barely see it. So this one here is you're not gonna find this anywhere. There was a podcast called, it still is, it's still on the go, called Cardboard of the Rings. Cardboard of the Rings, and they made a lot of different things for. As you can see here, it says, well, you can't probably see it, but it says well, I don't know, Cardboard of the Rings 2019, whatever. This was a special board that they made just for the Lord of the Rings game, where it has your threat meter down on the bottom here, and you play your cards here. And it's super long because of the threat meter. But I mean, it's very unique. These guys only made like 100 of these, so you're not going to see very many of them. You had to go to the special listener event, which I didn't go to. So I actually had to buy this for, I think it was like $80 from somebody who went to Gen Con. But that's it. When you're a fan of something, you spend the money, and this is why I'm broke all the time. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna actually show you how to play this game. I'm gonna go over I'm gonna do a solo run of Lord of the Rings. See how long that takes me. I'm gonna just do the first quest to show you how to play, and then I'm gonna probably play some Dark Souls card game and show you that one too. I should be able to play both of them. If not, that's fine. If I only get to play one, that's fine. So that's just some playmat stuff. Those are just things like I like collecting. This special edition playmat for Lord of the Rings. This came with a whole bunch of stuff. It came with, the One Ring, right, you can wear, which obviously doesn't fit on my fat fingers. Or I guess I could wear it around my neck, to be all like, "Ooh, don't tempt me, ring." But it's supposed to resize my finger, so I think it's fake. And also, I didn't have to put it in fire to see the inscription on it, so I think it's fake. I think it's a fake One Ring. But anyways, um, and as well as it came with some special edition cards. Now the thing is, that game I'm going to go into a whole spiel about. So let's not dive too much into it, because I can explain what a living card game is and everything about it. But I want to talk about some other stuff. So here's how this is going to break down. Because right now we just got me and you, Kanagi. You're the only person here. So, we're going to do two things here. One is, One is we're going to go over some of the local games that I mentioned. If people want to come back and take a look at this in the VOD, then they certainly can. But yeah, because this is probably not the most interesting part. Later on might be. Okay, first game that I'm gonna show off here. So there is a couple of different games. I have only purchased. I don't have every local game purchased because it's expensive. Local games always come at a cost. So anytime you go to buy a locally made game, expect to pay a premium because generally speaking, they have limited amounts of them. They're not buying in bulk and probably not all the best quality. So this game that I'm going to show you came in this little box. I bought it at a I I guess a convention, like the local gaming convention, and it's called Cauldron Cards. Come play a spell. So the point of this game is you're all wizards or witches, I guess. You're all witches, and you're brewing in a cauldron, and you're trying to brew the best, I think the best spell. I'm gonna just double check here. I got the rules here. It's pretty. Ugh, the heck is that? So the game is for 2 to 5 players. So obviously it's not a solo game. It's a competitive game. So you got spell cards. You have one deck that you shared among everybody, and you're throwing things into the cauldrons. You're throwing different herbs in there, throwing different whatever, and there's also events you can do to kind of screw over everybody else. You know, make them do other things. In the end, what you're doing is you're scoring your herbs. So basically, you want pairs and all that kind of stuff and whatnot to create the spell. So it's a kind of like a matching game in a way. And yeah, but it's kind of like the theme is kind of like interesting, right? Where you're kind of brewing things. So you have like, you know, you got the cauldron cards here, which have different materials you're going to throw into the cauldron. Feathers and diamond dust and whatever, and there's different little events you can get in the middle of there to steal shit. Yeah, exactly, brewing, yeah. Well, which is kind of funny because like my current Darkest Dungeon playthrough is with the Coven, and that's basically what they are. Is they're all throwing stuff in the pots and trying to make a brew while they're kicking my ass. But yeah, it's cute art, right? Like it's kind of interesting art, very simplistic. The person who made this game, also did the art because they were also kind of like an artist, I guess. So this is all hand-drawn art that they had mass-produced, which is kind of cool, right? I bought this a long time ago. This must be, I don't even know what year this came out because these people do not make games anymore. They were probably like at the time in their early 20s. Doesn't even have a year on this. Isn't that crazy? It's got to be on this. Nah. Oh, they're also a book. They're also an author for books, but they did not put a year on this. Let's take a look at their website. Let's see. They might still have a website. Maybe they make other things now. Let's see. So their website was Little Con Games, which is very strange to call it Little Con, but Little Convention, I think it is. But Little Con Games, I don't know. Doesn't sound like an appealing. Okay, so they still have a website here. So let's bring it up here. Make my hands disappear. Oh shoot! Let's bring this over. Whoa! All right, so Little Con game, Little Con, making the world smile one game at a time. Okay, so this is a pretty basic look website. 2017. Okay, is this the last time they updated this site? 2017. Whoa, Memorial University. Yes, that's MUN. That's our local university here. That's our, what we would say, our public provincial university. Okay. Oh, they make video game maps too, I guess? Game project. Let's take a look here. Cooking cards. Oh, what? Cauldron cards is cooking cards? What the heck? Okay, they went to this convention, they sold a bunch of these, and then they just literally bailed. They were like, we're done. Oh look, they got the plan. They have an RPG platformer. Nope, the site could be risky. So they haven't updated that, so interesting. Got a blog. Dave's Rampant Thoughts. Okay. They didn't draw that. That was stolen art. 2014 was the last time they've done anything. Okay. So this game is before 2014. So this probably... Oh, look. They got like an idea there brewing. Oh, 100%. I mean, none of my games have panned out yet. Oh, shit. You know what? I forgot the transition. Fuck. I meant to show you all this, but yeah, sorry. All right, let me get rid of studio mode. That's giving me some troubles now. But yeah, so here's the website. Like I was saying, the last time they did anything, it says here something about 2017, but then the last time I see a blog is 2014, which I think is when I got this game, and they were showing like some prototypes of games that they're creating, which I'm not sure what this is, but it says cooking cards, so this is a different game. So they don't even promote the game, their own game that they made for this. So this has been probably 2012, maybe. I know it was two ladies who made the game, and I know they were Mun students. But I guess that's what happened. Really, books. Take a look there. So maybe they made their... Nope, that's a dead site. Cool. Well, that's just the way it works sometimes. Stuff just happens and stuff just dies. In this case, this game is dead, and that's fine. Most of the games I enjoy are dead. So. But yeah, so here's some pictures, I guess, of the cards. Let's see, we flip back to me. So no art on this, eh? Just oh, these are the things for points. So you would need to make these things here. So you need to put in the lizard root, time, and flare bark. So these are the different potions you can make to make spells, and they're worth different money, different points. Oh, that's kind of cool. That is neat. So that's just a locally made game. I think it's dead. The company or the group that made these games, or not even the company. I just say there's only like 3 people or 2 people involved. I think they're not making games anymore, which is, you know what, legitimate. Sometimes we just want to get the creative juices out and then move on. I do that all the time. The only reason that I make games is because if I don't, I will go insane. I literally will go insane. I would. If I didn't get the shit out of my head, I'll just be sitting there staring off. And people will be like, "Are you okay, man?" And I'll be like, "Okay for what?" Like, I would be constantly thinking about it. That's why I sit down and just start writing. I did look over my Vandella game after I showed everybody, and I was like, "Wow, this game is like nearly done." So one of these days, I'm going to sit down, write the finale of the new Vandella War of the City, whatever, and put it on itch.io and sell it. Fuck it. I mean, if even like, it'll be for free, I guess, and probably have tips involved, so people want to support it, they can. And if people don't want to support it, that's fine too. But I do want to give it out for free. I don't want to force people to pay for it, even though you know, it's fine. Maybe if I sell the physical books, I'll make them pay for that. But if they want a PDF of it, I don't care. So here's another game in which I have taped up pretty bad here because I think the plastic broken off it. So this person here, this is old. I don't even know what year this is, but I know this guy personally. He's in a band with my friend, and he plays the synthesizer and does singing too. His name is Colum Bruce Lockhart. That's his name. That's his real name. And when he first told me that, I thought he was fake. I thought he was bullshitting me. But his name is Colum Bruce Lockhart. And Colum is a hilarious name. Sorry. Sorry, Colum. Good guy, though. Good guy, friendly guy. Hyper as shit, but aren't we all? So this is a game he created because he's really big into martial arts, meditation, and stuff. And get ready for the free pics of dudes' feet. Yeah, it is a cool name though. It's very artistic. So this game here is a martial arts game that he made for free, right? Like look at this. Look at the kicks. They got the kicks on the go. And here's the rules. This guy actually made a couple of games. This guy, I could do that, but I'm not gonna. It's only you. I'm not giving it just to you. I'm joking. Of course I'll do it. If you really want it, you want it so bad. I mean, how can I say no to my peeps, to my simps, right? Right? To my simps, my big simps. There you go. Oh, almost. That's kind of a. There you go, simp. Have it. Eat it up. I know. You're just joking. You're just being a silly. Delete. Oh shit. Still got the thing up. Still got the thing up. Oh, some people are messaging me. What do they want? Oh, that's not messaging me. Ba-bum, bum. All right, cool. So card games are not something that people care about on streams, obviously. Not many people. And that's fine. So, yeah, so this game here, what happens is it plays in a square, I believe. So, so you have your fighters. This is literally him and his friend. And I think it plays in a grid of 9 or something. Let me just take a quick gander here. I remember him like being so excited about this. He's part of our community, our game development community. So I see a lot of his stuff that he makes. It's pretty good stuff. Yeah, so they would start off here. And then you would just have the picture. There's a grid of 9 slots, and then you would have a hand of cards, and your hand of cards will allow you to move and attack. So basically, you get a move. You can move closer, and if you attack this, and it'll tell you like based on where that other person's located to, how much damage they would take. You know. So he's just there doing hiya, 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 you know, doing all these hiya's and stuff. Pretty cool idea, actually. It's not a bad thing. And I mean, him being in karate, like he knows a lot of these moves. I think he's a black belt, so definitely knows what he's talking about with this stuff. Not one that I tremendously care about the game, because I don't play it very often. But you know what? It's a locally made game, made by a couple people. One of them being somebody I know, not exactly a friend though. I wouldn't call them a friend, but they are a friend of a friend. So, because I do go see his concerts because he's in my friend's also concert. Hiya! Ho, hey, hey, see ya! Or as people say, he is doing the kata. Is that even legal? The kata being like literally a group of moves that just make you scream at somebody that hopefully they get scared. Oh, it's the kata. They're doing the kata. Oh no, I'm destroyed. I'm doomed. Like the first thing you learn, like white belts learn the kata, and it literally does nothing other than like, yeah, hey, see ya, and you're just like, what? Go away, go away, you annoying little child. All right, so one of my best friends are gonna do it. Oh shit, did I forget to put the rules in there? So one of my best friends is a game designer. Not surprised, I suppose. He's actually coming over tomorrow to play Frosthaven with me. His name is Mike, and he is cool beans. He is an awesome dude, And he made this game, and he gave me the prototype of it. Notes, don't when you give somebody a game, okay? When you give somebody a prototype of a game, I really appreciate it. He went through a lot of work to do this. Don't give me a box that's sticky. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Such a 90s phase. Like, there's something on this built on this, so like, I'm not sure why I got a sticky thing, and I should have just replaced it with something. But anyways, so this is called Mechanisms. This is a dead game. So what happened was, he made this game. I fucking loved it. I thought it was a great game. And then he went to another game designer. He went to a publisher to try to get this game published. And he went with a couple of prototypes like this. And they basically told him the game sucked. And and I'm like, dude, like, don't listen to them. Like, they're like Asmodee. They don't know what a good game if they fucking they won't know what a good game is if it fucking slapped them in the face and like made them millions, right? The only thing that Asmodee does is they buy up intellectual properties that are already successful. They have zero creative abilities. So they also went to West May. So that was the other thing too. I was a West May organizer too, or West May West Games. Is it May West? Is it May West Games? Mayfield? Wait, no, hold on a second now. May West. Is it Mayfield? Mayfield Games? Table. Sorry. And that was back in 2015, so that's 10 years ago. Okay. Was it Mayfield Tabletop Games? No. Was it? The heck? What was it? Was it May West? I did say May West first. No. Okay. Who did the? Hold on now. Type very strangely. Like I know it was a German producer. It was Gemini. Let me find out. I feel like it's May something. Oh, wait, was it really? Well, okay, now that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, I guess the actual producer is Cosmos, but that's what their German one is. I think when it came over here though, they had a different name on it. What was it? Anyways, yeah. So for Settlers of Catan, I was the event organizer for Settlers of Catan here. We did the official tournaments for about a year or two. Unfortunately, the store that I was doing it to, the one that I mentioned before, went under, so we couldn't get our official tournaments to be moved. So unfortunately, that was it. We had to stop playing, not stop playing Settlers of Catan, obviously. But yes, I played Settlers of Catan competitively for over a year. Like, actually competitive, with like actual like chance of winning stuff. Anyways, so this is the game he created. The whole point here is that you make these towers. And you do things called mechanisms. Oh god, I wish I could show you. Oh god. So all these are done up on cue cards. But yeah, so you would all have a tower, with a number on it, and so like as an example, you would have a tower here. I would have a tower here, and then there'll be like different towers around. I can't really show you, but and I think the center has the biggest one, and then kind of goes around like this, and then you would start off with like one or something. Anyways, so you would make a shape, and the whole point is you'll have these little tokens here on it, and you would have like a couple of these things here on the side. I think it's like 3 or something, like one of each or whatever. And then you would use these to do it. So you would see here it would show you where the piece would be. So these would all be like connected and stuff. And then you would be able to turn this one here around. So like this, basically this would this piece here would swap with this one, swap with that one. And then what you're trying to do is you're trying to take all of these pieces and stack it up on yours. And then once you have a certain amount, I guess, of cards and stacks, you win the game. But each of these numbers have a corresponding upgrade that you can do. So technically speaking, it's more than just you're moving your stuff around using these mechanisms. You're literally having like different abilities as you start scoring cards and stuff. I loved it. I was probably the one. I beat Mike Lots, who made the game, but I also really enjoyed this game. It's super cool, but unfortunately, he got pretty depressed after he was told basically his game sucked. So then he started making another game, a variation of it, using like special abilities. Like you had to like lower. One was like a Lord of the Undead. One was like the Lord of Hunger or something. And then they would like have a special ability but it didn't feel like the same game anymore because the new mechanisms were like, I don't know. They just didn't. Oh, or maybe you got. Yeah, you got to get them off your thing. I'm sorry, you're supposed to get them off yours. You need to get all the way down to the bottom of your card. That's what it was. You need to get rid of your thing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's. I think you need to get. You need to stack it up. But you know what? It's been a while since I played it, and we played a lot on TTS. That's where he did most of it. But then the game. Then he just stopped making the game. So then like I don't know what to do. Can't play it anymore. Like I even think he deleted it off of like TTS completely, which to me is really sad. But you know what? That's it. Some people take it really hard. Yeah, I mean, and I just told them like, why don't you just make it yourself? Like, but he's just like, no, if we can't get it published, they can't do it. So that was the end of it. And that's it. That's the end of it. You know, I think it's a great game, but you know, some people. And the thing is, it didn't even give him like a ease, you know, like being like, hey, you know, like here's some ideas or anything. Just literally just shut him down like completely, which is shit. But big companies, they don't know what they're doing. That's the problem. Anyways, so those are the locally made games that I have. I have more, but um, they're like I have another locally made RPG which I'm not going to show you, and it's called Techno Noir. But this is all PDFs and stuff, right? These are things that people made on PDFs, didn't print it off in a book or anything. So I have a lot more games that are locally made, but they're just more of a digital format. But those are the ones that I have that are in physical, except for one. So, what's next? Well, getting into some stuff. One of the things I want to go over with today was I mentioned about yesterday about Vincent Baker coming up with the new GNS theory, and I wasn't sure if I was going to go over that today, but I haven't read it, and I hate to do this to people, but seeing how I kind of want to show off the Lord of the Rings game and I want to show off the Dark Souls game, I want to wait for a bit more people to show up. So if it's okay with you, Kanagi, is it okay if we read down through the GNS theory? I don't think it's that long. You'll learn a bit of game theory. I don't know if that's going to be interesting, but it is got a lot of psychology with it. And also you'll probably understand me a bit more when it comes to like when I talk about games, I guess. Yeah, let's do it. It'll be fun to read down through it, I think, maybe. It'll be fun for me. I don't know, everybody else will be like, what the fuck? Be fun for me. Let's swap over. Alright, so I'm going to give you a bit of a backstory that I know. You're waiting for pizza? I want pizza. But I'm having a barbecue tonight, so I gotta wait for the BBQ. So, so this guy here, Vincent Baker, I talked about him yesterday. He said that he's a bit controversial. He's chilled out from by the sounds of it, because I did dig up some stuff. Yeah. BBQ. I'm not having steak though. We bought steaks, but my stomach is kind of effed up after surgery, so I'm just going to be having a couple sausages. And that's it. But I'll be having some friends over. I think there's going to be 8 of us, so we're going to be playing some board games. And yes, basically barbecue and board games. And then tomorrow, just board games. And then the day after that, role-playing games. So I have a lot of games in my life because that's what I focus on. Silly me. Hello. Hello. Wow. Goat. Are you still high on your drugs? Are you still high? Is that why you're making... I avoided it somehow. I don't know how, but oh, shit. Oh, no, that's the wrong screen. What did you do to me? You did something. It was all your fault. All right, see if it works now. Let's see. Boom. Is it going to work? All right. Oh, shoot. Okay. What the heck? Oh my god, there's stuff on my screen now? What's going on here? Can I X this out? Notifications, how dare you. Okay. It's just Tylenol. High on life, you're supposed to say. Anyways. So. Alright, so they go into a deep conversation here, I guess. This only came out in April, so this is fairly new stuff. So I want to go over this a bit before I dive into it. Also, hi and welcome, Goat. I appreciate you being here. Even though you're probably not going to like or enjoy this content today. But we will go through it anyways. Enjoy your lurking. So we're going to talk a bit about the GNS theory. So, okay, he's probably, okay, owie. Got it. Yeah, it's the bears and me, don't mind. So this is obviously going to repeat a lot of stuff, by the looks of it, and I'm going to read it over, word by word, which probably means I'm going to make my own words up because I read like shit. I'm a terrible reader. But while we do this, I'm going to give a bit of a backstory. So this guy was one of the founders of the Forge, who helped create the GNS theory. GNS is the Gamus Narratus Similis theory, which means that RPG games or tabletop games come in 3 different varieties with a mix of stuff in between. And he breaks it down pretty good regarding like how my subtitles. What do you mean? What's wrong with my subtitles? Oh, you mean like I'm gonna have my own variation of how to read, or did my subtitles go all weird? What do you mean? Yes. Oh no! What the heck? Is that what it said? No, Gamism. Gayest narrative stimulus theory. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Alright, well anyways, so enjoy the subtitles. I'm sure it's going to be hilarious. Yes, happy Pride indeed. 100%. So this guy helped create this website called The Forge. Forge is like a narrative style platform for people to come in and talk about narrative games, but then it got blown up by OSR and people who were literally all they did was fight about what's better, what games are better. And this guy came up with a theory of game theories and stuff, and that was about 20 years ago. So let's read what his new GNS theory is. So this is something that he's updated over the last 15 to 20 years. So this is Vincent Baker. Vincent Baker. I think people know his name is David, I'm pretty sure. Revisiting GNS. This article is made possible by the generous support of our Patreons. What? He has a Patreon? Dude only posts like once a year. What is he a Patreon for? Anyways, he does make games. He's the same guy who made Apocalypse World, the same guy who made Dogs in a Vineyard. Same guy who made the most controversial game, and I don't even know if I can say it here. Kill Puppies for Satan. You said, yeah, you heard me. That's a game he made. Definitely not what it sounds like. Well, it is what it sounds like, but it's, yeah. Anyways, it's a parody game. It was made to make Christian people angry, essentially. But it is really funny. The book is hilarious. If you have a really dark sense of humor, it is, I should say. Anyways, continue on. Yeah, he used to act. So what happened was when he made that game, he would get a lot of emails. This is the early 2000s, from angry people saying like how, he's a Satan worshiper and how like the game a game supporting animal abuse and all this stuff was wrong. Now, obviously, these people never read the game, so they're just going by the title, and the title literally is like. I don't know if I should even show it. All right, hold on. Let me see. I don't know. But am I gonna get flagged for showing this? But this is not mine. I didn't create this. But it's a Wikipedia page. Should be fine, right? All right. Anyways, so this is the game. Kill Puppies for Satan. 2001. So this is yeah, but not even. Yep. So this game was made, like I said, this manual is full of profanity, includes the use of both capitalization and art. So this book, I got it. Of course I do, right? This book is fucked up because, like, as you're reading the book, Satan is talking to you. So half the book is upside down and written in like jarble. It is a hard way to read the book. It is really fucked up. And yes, it is like it does have a lot of explicit things in it, but also it tells you like the rules of it are just funny. It's literally the rules are fuck over your Christian neighbors and turn them towards the life of Satan. That's literally what the game is, and that's what you're role playing as. You're role playing as Satanists who are kind of bumbling idiots, trying to do whatever they can to turn their neighbors into Satan worshippers, who are like Christians and stuff. And that's literally the game. And I don't know. Anyways, you got a lot of anger. I don't know if they show the I don't know. Yeah, hate mail. Oh, they do. Oh, they don't have the actual hate mail. So we got a lot of hate mail for this, obviously. So what he did was he posted all the replies on his site. I don't know if he got them anymore. No, he doesn't actually. I don't think so. On this site in particular, he posted it all. I don't think they're there anymore. Let me take a look. And he would do his own replies back to them, and they were funny. They were funny. Anyways, he was completely trolling them. Anyways, okay. So this is the type of guy we're talking about, okay? This is the type of dude we're talking about. A fucking absolute troll. Ex-Mormon, complete troll. Hates religion. Hates... Anyways. So. Let me read through this. Alright, so he says, it used to be part of my job, self-employed, to advocate for the big model terms. I never chased people around the internet and corrected their usage, an impossible task, but when people came to my spaces, like the Forge, as an example, I took pains to make sure we use all the terms correctly. That's a problem I have a lot. So when I talk to people, especially in the D&D world, and I talk about narrative role-playing games, and the first thing they say to me is, well, any game could be a narrative if you have the right GM. I'm like, you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Shut up. But anyways, I don't want to mean elitist, but that's how I feel inside. Because like just saying like any game can be a narrative, it's like, well, I'm not using narrative in the way that you think I'm using it, okay? But this will explain what narrative is and in what game theory narrative is. And trying to explain it to people who don't understand that is very frustrating to me. Anyways, in my spaces now, I prefer not to use the terms. There you go. Wow, this person's better than I am, because I still kind of push it a little bit. Because I don't want to sit here and correct people's usage all the time. They still come up though. If we want to talk about RPGs with any reference of their history, RPGs in general today, and especially my and other games in particular, there's no way to do it without referencing the GNS and the big model. So this is going to talk about game theory, about the GNS and the big model system that I harp on about a lot when I talk about my preferred type of role-playing games. After this, I'll show you some card games I like to play and probably play one on stream. Okay, it'll get more fun. So here's a quick retrospective. Make this. This is my take today, 15 to 25 years later, on these topics. So if you want to see the original, GNS theory, you're gonna have to probably go check out GNS. There's a whole Wikipedia page on it and stuff. But anyways, here's this new take on it. I'm sure he's gonna go through it. So GNS stands for gamist, gayist apparently, narratism, and symbolism. We've discussed this a lot on the Forge, which I was part of, 2001. Really loved the Forge, which was a web forum used back in the creator's day between 2001 and 2012, where the core of the larger body ideas were called the big model. Ron Edwards coined the term narratism. Gamicism and symbolism were terms borrowed, misapplied from earlier discussions on the rec game FRP advocacy, a Usenet discussion group. Wow, Usenet, holy crap! That's like yeah, exactly, like the late 90s. So that would have been like MIRC and stuff, and forums of the sort. I don't know exactly who coined the term there, but it was in use before. With dramaticism, a term with the big model didn't use, they were the core of the FGFA threefold, the body of ideas of the big model to build or replace. So they're going to explain the different versions of this. So narratism. I think the best way to understand narratism is a big, long-running game jam. At the Forge, we thought narratism was its own game, kind of its own gameplay. But I don't think that's true anymore. Interesting. That's true because narrative is a thing that games and gameplay do. For example, I really like games that make you commit on incomplete information. Get the rest of the information as you need, and try to make the best of it. Or at least see how your commitment plays out. Oh my god, he uses a lot of big words. Robo-Alley? Robo-Rally? Robo-Rally? Oh, Robo-Rally. Okay, Robo-Rally does this. Diplomacy does this. My board game, which I've never heard of, The Abductors, does this. Burning Wheels Combat System does this. A million games do this. A million other games don't. So Robo-Rally is so fucking complex. Yeah, no doubt. So this is kind of like the Darkest Dungeon idea of I don't let people write really detailed background stories because I want backgrounds to come out fleshed out as we play the game, because I always feel like the players never really understand their characters when you first make them. You only understand your character as you play them, because you get a feel for a character, but like they change over time. So it's good to have an idea of your characters and build into something, and then after that, once you have a better idea of how your character is, then kind of build your background from that. And that's kind of how I use this in my games. We could give this thing a name, easy reference, guest script. Okay, guest and script. But it's more of a separate type of game. It's just a thing that you can do in the game. A dramatic game includes the following, or can include. The PC have vision, self-interest, best interest, passion, and an ideology. So that's kind of like what they're passionate about, what drives them to do stuff, you know, what pushes them forward. Their passions put them into conflict with others. So other NPCs, other NPCs. Also, a thing I really like, I don't like the party mentality that comes with D&D. I think that everybody should be more humanistic and self-serving. I don't believe that a party of people would just give up, you know, their ability to be autonomous so they can go collect loot, you know? Everybody is out for something. It doesn't it doesn't really matter. Their passions oppose others, threaten others' interests, provoke them into passionate reaction. One of the biggest problems I have is I find that a lot of games don't drive people into having passionate actions. I think that's unfortunate. It doesn't do that. But anyways, both PCs and their counterparts are equipped to pursue their passions in conflict. Ergi says, okay, fit. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. I guess they're fit. Okay, they're physically equipped, emotionally equipped, morally equipped. They have tools, skills, initiative, stamina, follow through, staying power. So they're not just easily killed off. You know, they're not just characters that you make like on Morborg and expect them to die in the first session. You know, they're people that are equipped to handle what comes at them, whether it be emotional stress, physical stress, mental stress. Nobody pre-plans how it's going to turn out. That's something that I'm really big on. I really hate pre-planning sessions because it feels like it's railroading. If somebody has that, in the end, the boss will ninja vanish before he takes the last final damage, and that's all pre-written, to me that feels fake. I play Dungeons & Dragons, and it happens a lot, where the battles feel scripted in a way, where it's like, oh, I know you're going to keep attacking, do damage, and I know I'm going to do this thing to make sure they escape at the end, because I want it to be like an overarching bad guy that you don't get to kill or something. I hate that. That is so fake to me. The moment that happens, I cash out of the game. My brain is just gone. I'm just like, cool. So anything we did didn't matter. You had this all pre-planned in your head, and this was just a waste of time, right? I hate that. It's what I call a negative player experience. I do not like it. That means I had no control of the situation, and I have no autonomy. And there's nothing that makes me more infuriated in roleplay games than that. The characters are passionate, conflicted, and fit. Now turn them loose. Play to let them pursue their passions, which is like beliefs and instincts and stuff like that. It could be anything else. It could be relationships, in Dungeon World, or literally move sets that they have in their character that allow them to do certain things that the players choose what they do, right? Which is kind of interesting. They don't just go, oh, it's a skill with +1 on it or whatever. It's like literally you chose this particular move or this particular thing you want to do because it spoke to you, right? Or it has something that you wanted to do with it. And then usually a lot of moves are not just do extra damage. They're usually like actions that you take which are more heroic or put you into more conflict. To play to find out how far they will go, how they will escalate, who comes out on top, who compromises, what can they win, what will it cost, what will they prioritize, what will they abandon, and what would they and the only way to find out is how it plays out. That's fun to me, like not knowing what's going to happen. Like for instance, and I know I'm referencing our first session of Darkest Dungeon, but I'm just doing that to kind of show you the comparisons to like how the type of gameplay I like, and how this is the narrative style of like, this is the stuff I enjoy, because we're going to go through all the different gaming stuff. I'm not going to shit on every D&D thing all the time, don't worry. But like an example here would be when Kanagi had the ability to do Lore Master and add something into the world. That is something that I had no pre-planning cognition of. I had no idea what Kanagi was going to say or add to the world. But because that capability is there, she became a GM for a while and added something that the world didn't have before, which makes the game more fluid in general, right? And fluidity, I think, is very important. I don't think things should just feel static or feel too drawn. Yeah, exactly. And then now you have a piece of the world that you created. Another way in Darkest Dungeon, as an example, to add more, I mentioned it before, was survivalist with the weather sense, so you can predict the weather. But there's also one more way that I forgot to mention, and that's testing circles. So anytime that you test circles, you're literally testing to see if you can find a certain person. So every character in Darkest Dungeon or Torchbearer or Burning Wheel all have a name. There's never going to be a random NPC. Everybody needs a name. Even if it's a random NPC, that's fine, but it needs to have a name. And once it has a name, it needs to have three other things. It needs to have a belief or an atonement. Um, it needs to have a goal, and it needs to have an instinct. It doesn't have to have a darkest secret, but it has to have the other three. So every person that you talk to in the game will have to be named, have to have these three things written down about them. So, like for instance, those people that you met, the brigands or whatever, they had their own, but maybe not atonements, but they had their own beliefs, goals, and instincts. So everybody feels real, right? There's not just some NPC number 1, or NPC number 2, or whatever. And when you use circles, you create a character. So that character never existed before, but if you pass your circles roll after looking for like a city guard or something like that, I will ask you, what is the city guard's name? What do they stand for? Tell me something about the person. And you're just like, I mean, and you can game break this, right? Like a lot of people could be like, well, I'll just make them, they're the friendliest person ever. They want to give me all their gold and make me happy and all this stuff. And that's fine. You can go ahead and metagame all you want. But, I mean, is that building anything to the story? I mean, that's up to you, right? Because you are going to be partial GM. Do you really want the story just to be about you getting everything you want? Is that really going to be fun? And does it feel realistic? Does it make sense? And I mean, what's interesting about it is that it could be a twist. Maybe you could be like this person, you know this person, and this person was obsessed with you at one point. And then like they will give you anything you want for sure. But then now there's kind of like stalking in the background. Now that they know that you've returned to town and are probably going to cause you problems in the future, right? So there are ways to kind of spin these things, but you also got to be aware that when you give players the GM role, you know, trust them, right? Trust that what they're going to do is best for what they believe is interesting. Because the one thing that GMs don't usually do is trust the players, because they always assume players will just take advantage of situations, and they will. They may, I should say, not will. They may, but most players just want something interesting. They want something fun, and having the ability to add that fun into it, I mean, to me, is the best part about role playing, is not knowing. That's narratives, nothing else. So this is the narrative style. At the Forge, we've played narrative games before the term existed. Yes, we did. Yay! By arranging our games, often accidentally or unintentionally, to play that way. We enjoyed those games, and we generally wanted more of them. So the narrative movement, which was huge in 2001, the jam was, here's a cool, fun thing that games can do. Let's make games that can do it. Let's play and talk about them. Yes, let's. So we did. And I made an entire channel about this on YouTube, playing narrative indie games. A lot of the accidental ideas of the games were associated with narrativism wrongly. Okay, for example, narrativism requires the GM not to plan out a storyline in advance, but people have to come to associate it with various forms of player empowerment beyond that. Player narration, crossing John Harper's line, whatever that is, director stance, writer's room play, whatever. The narrative games often use techniques, but narratism itself doesn't require them or refer to them. What happened here? Anyhow, in 2025, I don't think narrativism is that kind of game anymore. I think it's a fun thing that a game can do. But it's real, it's dramatic. It definitely exists in some games, and definitely doesn't exist in others. We can recognize it when we see it. Seek it out. Do what we can. Do what we do. In a dramatic lines of games, Dogs in a Vineyard, which we talked about earlier, to Apocalypse World, 2 games that he created. Wow, he's just like me, narcissistic. Are games that are made for the jam. Obviously, those are games that are made about not knowing the outcome. I'm not really doing the jam anymore. but I still enjoy playing the games that work that way. Oh, sad. So yeah, I guess he did give up on game design. Fair enough. Not narratism. So when people say that, so this is going to be when people say any game can be a narrative game or every game has narration, this is going to be examples of games that are not examples of gameplay that are not narrative. So to deal with a couple of ideas, we think we need to work on a couple examples of a game dramatics that isn't narratist. Let's use one. Murderous Ghost. The character is a cool, likable stand-in for players, not necessarily passionate and driven. Once the game is underway, they have no vision or motivation but escape. So escape meaning the players, I guess, escape from reality, as an example. Yeah, interesting having a flow of non-pre-planned story. I imagine you got to balance the inactivity with the power of the moving of the staying forward. I feel like railroad games are like playing a novel, which is all written out, which is its own fun. Yeah, fair enough. I don't find it fun when somebody has my fate already pre-written out, because that's, like you said, that's like a character in a book. I'd rather be the character who's doing stuff, who's kind of main charactering, or even if I'm not the main character, I have some sort of impact in the world that isn't just predetermined, right? But yeah, it is its own jam. Some people just like it. Some people want to see what happens next in the story. Me, I don't read books a lot of times, but you know, I like, if I'm playing a role-playing game, I want to play the role of changing the world. Another example, I guess, the characters are not caught in a conflict of interest. Exactly, not necessarily. They're in a dangerous situation that's way over their head trying to survive. So basically, that means like there is an overarching plot that the GM's already created, but them in particularly, they don't have any personal stakes in it. It's just they're trying to stop the big baddie. So that means like they have no goal-oriented. They might have a goal orientation, like we need to kill this person in order to proceed, or we need to get loot in order to proceed. We need better gear. We need to level up our characters. We need to do things to get more stronger and powerful, which could be a goal. But being driven in a sense of like, I have personal, moral, passionate feelings about certain things. Generally, those are not involved in these type of games, where it's like what your character personally wants doesn't matter in the grand scheme of what the GM or the party or the overall plot wants. So those would be not considered to be narrative games. Those would be pre-scripted type of games where they are written out like in campaign format, and your involvement is just a character in the story of a book that's already kind of created. They are not fit, meaning that they are not equipped to handle emotional situations, physical situations, or mental situations appropriately, meaning that they are probably easy to die. So even in Darkest Dungeon, where Darkest Dungeon is a game about dying, if you play Darkest Dungeon 2, which is what my game is based off of, your characters are very sturdy. They don't die as often. So it is a bit of a twist on the head, where dying in Darkest Dungeon 2 feels worse than dying in Darkest Dungeon 1. Because in DD1, the computer game, when your character dies, there's an easy replacement. You just get another person from the stagecoach to continue on. In DD2, when your character dies, you have to select on the remaining characters. It has more of an impact because it's a higher cost. And that's kind of how I've designed my game to be like, your character will have emotional goals, driven goals. You hopefully get attached to your character. So when that character dies, it means a lot to you, even in a short amount of time. I know that sounds terrible, maybe sadistic in a way, but that is what I want. I want you to feel pain. I want you to feel pain of when things happen to your characters. I don't want you to just shake it off, being like, well, I can just roll another one. I want you to feel it. I want you to feel it inside of you. And if you don't feel inside of you, then I'm not doing my job as a GM. If we entertain Ergi's theory of stories, the murderous ghost, I want you to feel pain. Yeah, well, you know, that's how I feel. I want you to feel pain if you're playing role-playing games. I don't want you to feel like you're sitting at the table just kind of shrugging things off or whatever, man. Like, continue on. You know, I want you to sit there, feel like shit, man. Like, what happens if something terrible happens to me? All my dreams and my hopes and my storyline will dissipate, which is sure will happen in D&D games stuff. That some happens in that stuff too. There is different level of it, different types of investment. The type of investment I want is when people feel passionate about their character and will actually put themselves at risk, even if it means killing a friend. So, and you know, be passionate. I like your character, Kanagi. I think your character is going to be very passionate in a way. I like Vico. I think they're going to be passionate once they find their footing. I feel right now the Silver Havoc has a bit more of the Dungeons and Dragons mind frame still, and is having a hard time associating with the character. But that'll come with time. Once again, this is one of these games that you need to unlearn your previous role-playing games experience. You need to unlearn how you play D&D and learn how to play the more narrative-focused games. Which I know sounds strange, but that's how it is. They play very differently. Playing Murderous Ghost doesn't give us one. And indeed, the Murderous Ghost is fun and exciting outright in its own, which means it's a very satisfying game, can be a very compelling story. People who go into it are expecting a literary or even a folk ghost story are often pretty disappointed by it. What you will get instead is a quick, tense little nightmare of sample action, shallow or non-existent character, unclear motivations, unanswered mysteries, with an anticlimactic death cutting you off abruptly. Something you'll never get in Darkest Dungeon. Even though it happens in the Darkest Dungeon too, you will never get an abrupt death in DD2 because you'll have Death's Door and stuff. But also, if your character does get the dead condition, a lot of the times you get to still play out your last scene. So you will be given a finale. So basically, how do you want to die? So you can be like, well, I want to die of old age. Well, anyways, that's not going to happen, obviously. If you have the dead condition, because you failed Death's Door, you will giving a last opportunity to make a last hurrah before you pass. So this could be, you know, a couple words to say to somebody. This could be, you know, your wishes to be sent to somebody somewhere else if it's a team member. This might even be dragging your ass in the dirt back to town in order to pass off something to one of your friends or enemies to hopefully carry the burden from beyond, right? Or maybe something like that. But you get to decide how you die, right? So it's not going to be just you're dead on the ground because you ran out of your HP is -10 and you're dead. Your character's dead. You don't get to do anything because you're dead. You will get a last dramatic hurrah once you die. As an example is the Plague Doctor in our playtest. So he had a background where the captain, Captain Tinsley, which was a crusader, killed his family because he was under orders that his family were rebels against the king, who was corrupted by the countess. So she was actually turned into a vampire or whatever, or I guess a bloodsucker they're called. Not really vampires; they're like mosquito people. But they also have shape-shifting abilities. And then he went to go kill Captain Tinsley, but found out that he actually killed his son instead by accident. So then Tinsley was looking for the murderer of his son. Found out eventually during the campaign that Tinsley was in a party with the killer of his son, and then decided that he was going to murder the PC character, the Plague Doctor. Unfortunately, when the time came, the Plague Doctor, essentially, who was on the brink of like going mad or whatever, because they were way abusing their special abilities, which caused them to lose a lot of their humanity. So they were on the cusp of going insane. Said I will allow you to kill me. Basically, gave him the means, a knife to stab them to kill the person, kill him, because he's like, I have done wrong with you. I want to atone for my sins, and this is the only way I can do it. So please go ahead and murder me. And Tinsley couldn't do it, couldn't murder him. So what ended up happening was this ended up happening close to where one of the gates were open. So what ended up happening instead was the Plague Doctor, for his sins, one of the requirements for the spell in order to close the gate, which was the gate to the Stranding, which was like a planet of flesh and meat, bread-smelling meat, I guess. It turned people into flesh beasts, flesh monsters, grotesque flesh monsters. Was they needed to sacrifice somebody. So they could have took anybody from the town to sacrifice, but instead, the Plague Doctor, because Tinsley was there, sacrificed himself by cutting, like digging the knife into his body, in order to complete the ritual to close the gate. And there was a whole dramatic scene there with regards to, you know, the Plague Doctor saying that he was sorry for what he did, and you know, even though like he never did tell Tinsley that like he was the murderer of his murderer of his family, because he knew that he was under the orders by somebody else to do it. But you know that an eye for an eye doesn't it makes the world go blind and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, and then the next session was literally a session where they went back to town and had a burial. So they buried the Plague Doctor. They said a few words. You know, Tinsley ended up like giving up on his pilgrimage to go after the no, to hold the flame for a while. Took off his helmet, said that like he's done being a crusader. Then he passed his helmet to another a player character who just joined. So basically, it was the another person who wanted to play Crusader in the group joined us. So he basically gave Tinsley passed over, who was the enemy of Tinsley. So the Plague Doctor, which could have been another play character for Mike, but Mike had a kid, so he knew he couldn't play anymore. So he passed off his helmet, of Tinsley's helmet, I guess, of his enemy, to another player character, and basically said, you know, you need to take this helmet. You need to work on the sins, because I can't fulfill that anymore. I'm filled too much with grief. So he ended up taking a leave. Yeah, passing on the mantle essentially. Yeah. So that's kind of like how a death would be in Darkest Dungeon game if it were to happen, right? Very dramatic. You'll never just be like you're dead on the ground. Continue on. It'll always be dramatic because it's narrative, right? You need drama. Anyway, sorry I went on and on and on about my game, but I was just giving you an example of how deaths work in narrative style games versus how they work in D&D and other systems that are more about the realism of the game. All right, let's continue on. Sorry, I'm sidetracking a lot here. So a good example of a non-narrative dynamic. Murderous Ghost threw off some narrative colleagues pretty bad. It was my first non-narrative game. Abruptly, certainly my first since 2001. Had all the hallmarks of a narrative game, but escalation situation, no pre-planning, and the genre trappings the narratives had come to love. But it even says PBTA on the back cover. So PBTA is powered by the Apocalypse, which so the Apocalypse World, the game that I showed yesterday, created over almost 1,000 different branch-offs of the game, and it's supposed to be a very narrative style play. But they couldn't get it to play narrative. They tried and tried. They couldn't figure out how it so badly bungled the design and how poorly I suddenly finally understood the brief. God damn it. I don't hold any grudge by this. I mentioned it in my I mentioned to reinforce a good example of a non-narrative dynamic. So sometimes you can make games that you might think are narrative, but they don't come off as narrative because there is a lack of passion involved. You know, and he was talking about a game that basically was a remake of his own game that he made. Um, and he's so cool, right? He made Apocalypse World, and yet he loves when people make hacks of Apocalypse World and play them. Like, it's just really cool. I wish Burning Wheel was like that, and let me do it. But anyways, I got to make up my own game. Eventually, I will. All right, so Gamist and Symbolist. These are the two other game types that are different than a narrative. We thought that narratism represented its own type of thing of RPG, which is meant to. There's other kinds of RPGs too. Gaming makes making a lot of fun. The idea is a way people can figure out how to balance the elements they want in the game. Yeah, 100%. It is hard to balance things. I just I have a lot of I don't know, maybe I got a lot of grief in me because I came from a whole like I only play D&D and I won't play anything else type of mentality, and then I changed that, and then I try to get other people to play other games, and then they're like, nah, fuck that shit. Anyways, we thought narratives represented the whole different type of RPG games, which meant that there was two kinds of RPGs. Gamist and narrativism, which are notions for what those games must be. A gamist RPG would be games you play to win. You achieve some type of victory or show your mettle as a player. In normal games, I guess, like Twilight Imperium, Dodgeball, or Tetris, Simulus RPGs. Sorry, that's what it'd be. Yeah, so Twilight Imperiums are basically board games. Simulus RPGs are games that you play to examine your subject matter in depth, whether your subject is a fictional world, a fictional character, or the simulation or symbolism model of your rules. Something like that, because symbolism never had their own long-running design and play game jams like narratives did. They were never anything but nominal. Nobody ever laid down a good workable spec. It's tempting to look at Murderous Ghosts as a non-narrative working and say, if it's not non-narratives, it must be gamist or simulus. Which is it? But you and I would put our heads together and come up with an interesting game dynamics all day long, limited only to our inventiveness as creators. Narrative is exactly one of them. Boy, I'm talking like I'm reading from a piece of paper, which I am. We're supposed to divide the rest between gamism and symbolism. Why? No, I don't think we should expect gamist or symbolist to mean anything at all. They're just because narrative does. That is, gamist and symbolist are part of the big model. The terms gamist and symbolist were originally coined in rec games in the 90s, along with the term big model. Don't adapt dramaticism. My vote is to return them to the whole outright. If the RPGFA threefold, they would mean that interesting. They would mean pretty much that they would forget that the big model ever ceased upon them. Okay, whether a game idea is gamist, simulist, or narratives, that is dramaticism, are specs of what the game would make a gamist decision in a sea of simulist decisions. Okay. Or a game mechanics of subsystems that could be broken down into gamist, simulist, or narrativism components. So essentially, the old GNS model would break games down to one of the three categories. Either it was a narrative game, a gamist game, or a simulist game, or a combination of two. So like they would say Dungeons & Dragons was a gamist simulist, where you're symbolizing, where the game has a very particular focus of how it wants you to play, like with combat. But also has very gaming elements like having hit points and counting numbers and saying like, oh, you're beating combat. You're always playing against the GM, so you're trying to win over the GM. So it's kind of like a game type of win, right? Like, kind of like you're sitting down playing a tactics RPG game where you're moving characters trying to defeat the next person, like Final Fantasy Tactics, so you can move on to the story, right? So it's not. It was more of a versus thing. But he's saying basically that we shouldn't separate it. Interesting. Nowadays, I guess he's revised things. The gamer versus the GM sort of thing. Yeah. That's kind of like how it was, right? So he's saying that shouldn't be the thing anymore. That's interesting. Incompatible creative agendas. So the big model took that narrative, gameness, and symbolism that are mutually incompatible when you play them. So when you play, you're doing most of them. Never two, never all three. Okay, so this is the thing. He's changed his ideals a little bit. A lot of the time, it was absurd, they said, to do two or three or all of them at the same time. Not now anymore. I think he meant not anymore. Not anymore. I don't think that game of simulation means anything. So saying that they're mutually incompatible doesn't mean anything either. Interesting. So yeah, he definitely changed his thought on this. It took a dramatic narratism represents, comparing it to dynamic from Monstrous Ghost as a single character to a single situation of a single game. Well, he's really shitty on this Murderous Ghost game that he really hates. They are actually incompatible. Your character can't really be passionate. Sorry, your character can't really be passionate and not passionate, locked in a conflict and not locked in conflict, fit and unfit. The GM can't both be pre-planned storyline and the not pre-planned storyline. He's got a point, right? It's either a narrative game or not a narrative game. So that's true. I mean, you can pre-plan certain things, but you can't pre-plan the story, right? But he's certainly coming down on this creator. I feel bad for this creator. I wonder who created it. Let's see, Murderous Ghosts. Wait, did he make it? Is he shitting on himself? Murderous Ghost, a party game, okay? Oh my fucking god. He's shitting on himself! What the fuck? This guy's the ultimate goddamn troll. What the fuck? Alright, who's this guy? So he helped make fucking Apocalypse World? You gotta be fucking with me. I would not recommend it, yeah. Refund this immediately, yeah. Absolutely fantastic game. No, this can't be... This can't be like a troll, right? Oh my god. Vincent Baker made a game and he's shitty on it? Oh my fucking god. So he's just shitting on his own work. I thought he was actually coming down on somebody. Wow. That is hilarious. Yeah, pre-planned story to non-pre-planned story, exactly. You can't do it, right? You either don't plan it or you pre-plan it. I don't pre-plan story. I pre-plan situations, but I don't pre-plan the result or how it works. Yeah. He definitely self-critiquing, yeah. That's very interesting. I never knew. Oh, look at that. This is really he has a lot of interesting articles. Look at this shit. Essentialism versus expectationism. I love this guy. Anyways, funny. So at least I got that under the wraps. For a single character, a single situation. Okay. So, but I look at narratives and represents. Compare it to the dramatics of Murderous Ghosts. For a single character, a single situation, a single game. They are actually mutually incompatible. Your character can't be passionate and not be passionate. Okay, so we talked about that. Say that you, the player, think that you're playing a narratist. So you got your passion. Fit character all ready to go. Eager to escalate into conflicts, draw lines, find out who you are and what you stand for, and how far you will go. Okay, first of all, I got a word about this. That game that I showed you here. And I don't want to shit on this guy's stuff, but because I think he did a lot of work with this. So this game here is an example, the XD20. I knew it was a D&D. I knew it was a D&D game. Okay, but he said that he changed the game a lot. I was explaining to him about the GNS back when I thought, when I had my ideas of what the GNS was, like the narrative style, and I tried to explain to him what a narrative game was, and he said that his game was a narrative game by my explanation, and I played it, and I fucking knew it wasn't, but anyways, it's D&D. D&D's not a narrative game, straight up. There is no narrative. There's no narratively, nothing narrative about D&D. Okay, sorry. If you're a D&D player, you're not playing a narrative game. Stop it. Stop trying to try to make yourself sound cool. You're not playing a narrative game. Stop it. Anyways, whatever. Continuing. You're playing a good game. You're just playing a narrative game. That's all. All right, continue on. I'm just mad because I feel like I was tricked, but I'm still playing it, so I guess that's on me. Oh wow, this is it, hey? The big model is okay. We did that already. So then you say that the player that you're thinking of is a narrative game, so passionate, draw lines, what you stand for, and how far you will go. So what I did was he told me I needed to come up with a good background for my criminal because I was a highwayman, and like I created like a highwayman type of character. I came up with an awesome background that I thought was awesome, and every time that I would come up with something, he would have to change it to fit his world. And I felt like my character wasn't my own anymore because by the time that he had his way with my character's history, I was just like, man, do whatever. Like, this character's not the same that I created him, so now I'm completely... Like, I feel like you just basically created the character for me because you made so many changes to my background. And some of the backgrounds just like, you know, being a slave to like a criminal or something like that. But no, it had to be a criminal for like the undead. And then it was like, well, that doesn't really fit either. So like after I played it for a session with that background, he changed it, being like, no, I think you should be more about the drow because the drow fits more with my story. And I'm like, fine, man, like whatever at this point. Like you're basically just told me basically how to fit your campaign, but my story never came up once. I had to be the one who pushed my story into it, and it never felt like I was having any flow in it other than the fight things in combat. And he's a good GM. I'm not saying that because people are going to be like, well, you just got to get a better GM. And it's like, if you find me a DM who has open-ended storyline inside their campaign, good fucking luck. I bet you can't find it. Anyways, maybe some people will say I never plan stuff. My dungeons are always half filled, and I have giant question marks, and I ask the players what's in the next room, and they tell me what's in there, and they feel like they're engaged with whatever. You know, go ahead. Go ahead. I dare you. I dare you to tell me that your GM creates maps that have nothing in them and ask the players what's inside to them. I know I do because I play Dungeon World. I play games that tell you not to complete your maps to make sure that you have spots that the players could add in some flavor to it. Anyways, I am very sourdough. Yes. Sorry, I'm not trying to shit on D&D. Sorry. Yeah, are you hungry? Go get some food. Go get some food. But I, the GM, am going a different dynamic in the game. So I've pre-planned a story with a big boss NPC you can't defeat until the third act. See, that is rotten right there. That literally cheeses me off. The idea that you already know that this enemy is going to be fought in the third act, that you've already got it pre-planned, he's going to run away. Oh, I'm going to make it so dramatic. This guy is going to harass you for like 5 different acts, and oh, it's so good. My GM brain is smarter than any of the players. If you take all the players' brains, you combine them all together, it can't beat me because I'm literally the god of all your gaming experience. Because I got big brains, so smart, I'm better than everybody. And that is fucking frustrating. That makes me angry. You cannot tell me that you, the GM, have better ideas than every other player at your table. That is bullshit. The players collectively have better creativity than you do, and will always be more creative than you. So don't think just because a game gives you godlike abilities that you know better. You fucking don't. Players as a whole, as a group, have the brain power 4 times more capable than any GM, no matter how creative you are. Let the players enjoy the game. Anyways, that's just my take on it. Sorry. So here's where the big model is coming from. The big model is a creative agenda clash. So basically, if you're playing a narrative game, you can't play anything else. If you're playing a non-narrative game, you got lots of options. I guess in a way. Thanks for reading. As a pleasure. Okay. P.S. Some other named games. Okay, so we just named some games. Okay, fair enough. Let's read some comments. I'm curious. Yeah, I'm totally on board with regarding narrative as a dynamic, and we got some awesome games out of this jam. I feel like I understood gamist as not being how others interpret it, but also also a dramatic one that crossed the player's domain. There's a fictional there's a fictional challenge and tools to address it, and fitness that is being measured by the player's ability to be creative to address the challenge. Wait, gamism, the fitness of being measured by the player's ability to creatively address the challenge, the entirety of OSR? You're not wrong. I think it's fit not entirely accurate. So much of the OSR is quite gamist. That's very true. So OSR, for people who don't know, is old school Renaissance. So essentially, it is how boomers want to. Not that's not. I shouldn't say that, boomers. But like people who are older who remember the old school gaming, like Dungeons and Dragons Second Edition and that kind of stuff, and GURPS, want to take the newer style games and turn them into how they used to play games back in the day, back in like AD&D, because they look at 3.5 and 4th edition and 5th edition, and they say we don't like those games. They feel too much of a tactics game, and they look at 2nd edition like AD&D that didn't have a lot of tactics involvement, and they want games that kind of have a more of a simplistic feel. But every time I play an OSR game, I feel like I'm playing a tactics game, to be honest. But that's just my personal feel about it. I don't generally like OSR games. I feel like they're too much like yeah. Say anything and entirely out of the way of OSR is always a mistake. So OSR was the group, old school Renaissance. They're the ones that had a clash hard against narrative games, narrative game designers and stuff. And one of the reasons that the Forge closed down. So this is why they talk about OSR so much. I'm not going to be surprised. There's going to be some shitty comments here. If I want to see of OSR, I would love to get recommendations for counterexamples. When about addressing challenges, either mechanical or encourages going outside the mechanics for creative solutions. So I'm not knocking on that approach. To an extent, anything at all OSR is a hatred of character builds. Addressing challenges through characters. So a lot of OSR games, they have a direct path. So basically, they will tell you, if you're a cleric, this is your path. If you are a Hellion, this is your path, or whatever. Same thing in narrative games. So it's almost like they're taking some aspects of narrative. They'd be like, here's a very direct path. In D&D, which is not really an OSR game, it's got its own kind of game. You can kind of play more of a gaming feel where you can kind of take bits and pieces of other games. Like you can be like, I want to be a ranger, but I also want to be a fighter, and mix and match your character a bit better, right? I'm interested in symbolism. Okay, what's this here about? Looking back in those threads, Chris already treated biocollage as something of a big model, particularly creative agenda. Anyways, it's all part of the game theory. There's a lot to say about this, you know. And I'm not going to tell people how to play. You want to play RPGs? Play RPGs. Enjoy them. Whatever your RPG is. I just have a very particular way about games, that's all. I'm very picky. All right, back to the tabletop. So we went over that. The GNS theory. The revisit. I hope I didn't confuse you because I didn't go over the original GNS stuff, but essentially I kind of, I guess, did in a way, I guess. So now it's time to show you some games. But first, I'm going to go get a drink. I'm going to get a drink. So I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Enjoy the music, and I'll be right back. Hey, Goat, I can't believe you're still here. I thought you'd be passed out by now. I thought you'd be asleep. I hope any of that infuriate you, or upset you. Me talking about role-playing games and how I view things. I don't know if you play role-playing games. I'm doing Switch stuff. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that's awesome. I can't believe you got a Switch too. Didn't cost you $1 million? Nice. Did you pay all those tariff bucks? All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Also, this Elon Musk thing. Oh my lord. I can't even. I hate to say this, Goat, and then I'm sure you probably feel that similar. But like, how? Yeah, exactly. How the fuck are how do you guys still have a government? Like, I don't fucking understand. Like, how come your government just hasn't collapsed under its own stupidity at this point? I really have no idea. Everybody else in the world is looking at the states and going, "You guys are like you're a fucking clown show." Not you as the people, but like the government. It's unreal. I seen a thing about how many people are from Fox News that are employed in the government, and I just like, are you fucking kidding me? I can just imagine Canada hiring CBC broadcasters and then giving them important roles in the government. I'm like, what? Like what? Like this is just the weirdest shit ever. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know, man. Like it's like it's get to a point where it's like I don't think government's gonna be able to fix this for you guys. It's like, and I'm not saying like yeah, go to civil war or something. That obviously I would never say that, but like the solutions are coming. Like yeah, the newest bill I've seen bits and pieces of that, the big bill or whatever. Um, Jesus, like I don't even, I have no idea how you're gonna fix it. You definitely can't fix it lawfully. You know what I mean? Like I don't think the American system can fix what's going on in the government while still maintaining lawful action. And I know that sounds really strange, but I think that right now the lawful action is so unlawful that I don't think Dems can win by policies. I don't think Dems can win by Supreme Court rulings. Dems can't win by playing by the rules. Like that's the problem. That's why they're spineless. They want to be the good guys. They want to set an example. And there's no fucking way you can set an example when they're playing other rules than you are. You get like I hate to say it, but the Dems got to be dirty. The Dems are going to have to play dirty. They're literally going to have to like almost create their own fucking militia if they're going to, and have some type of reinforcement. Like but the shit that the fucking Korea did, South Korea. That's the level of shit you would have to do. People storming the government buildings like not almost like I mean not like Jan 6 or whatever, but like, you know, and I don't know, like what kind of protest would you have to be? Like I mean that's the problem, right? There's such a split in between the people, like because 50% of the people probably still support Trump and stuff, right? So like I have no idea how the fuck the states are gonna fix themselves, and I hope we don't do anything with this Golden Dome bullshit. I don't think Canada should be involved at all. And Carney has already shown himself to be not a liberal. Mark Carney is not a liberal. He is a fucking progressive conservative, and that's what he is. He is not a liberal. It's all bullshit. But he's not Pierre Polyev for us. That's fine. But he is not a liberal. He might have some liberal things that he stands by only because of the name liberal, but he's not a liberal. Your mom lives in the U.S. and I am not comfortable visiting because of the way people get stopped at airports. Yeah, I'm never visiting the U.S. again. I'm done. I've been there. I've been there twice. I will never visit America again, ever. Done. Fuck that place. Anyways, I'll be right back. I said I was gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I know I wasn't on very long, and that's just how it is. But saying that, like, I actually think that because of the U.S., uh, LGBTQ rights in the whole, in the world spectrum, is at risk more now than ever. I think that this month of Pride, this Pride Month, is more meaningful than any other Pride in the last 10 years, any other Pride Month or whatever. You know, like, I think that now, like this year in particular, is one of the extreme. And the reason I say that is because look at all the shit that's happening in the UK, even. Right? With fucking Harry Potter, fucking idiot. You know? There's literally a war happening. Exactly. Well, that's it, right? And when people are like, well, when's, straight Pride Day or whatever, it's just like, well, do you have to worry about losing your ability to be a heterosexual? Do you have to worry about you losing your ability to be able to openly tell people that you are married to somebody of the opposite sex? Like, do you have to think about your struggles that you have to do? Or yeah, even like especially transgender, right? Like, do you have to explain to somebody what it means to to have uh a different perspective, like where your identity is not the identity that people perceive you as. Like, do you have to struggle with that? And if they say, well, no, of course not, I'm a straight cisgendered male, why would I have to worry about those things? Why do you need a Pride Day? What do you need to be proud of? You get a Pride Day every day, right? Your Pride Day is every day. Your Pride Day is the same day as Pride Month or Pride Day or Gay Pride or whatever. You celebrate every day. So why do you need a particular month or day? What do you need to remember about? What is it that you need to fight for when you already have the capability of not being criticized about your choices? Or to be literally have to worry about your freedoms and rights being removed from you. Like, you might feel like, oh, other people are, it feels like my rights or whatever being infringed on because people who are homosexual or transgendered are getting more recognition. And that because of their equality scale, now I feel like I'm being lowered instead of them being raised up to kind of fit a more of a fair shake. No, I feel like I'm being attacked because of my inability to want other people to be or my inability to sympathize for people. My ability to be overly selfish and greedy about what my needs are, and I want to be able to supersede everybody else's who I deem not important. And usually it's due to the Bible or due to Christianity or due to whatever fucking twisted hopes twisted ideology somebody may have. It infuriates me. It upsets me. It fucking makes me mad as fucking hell. Like, seriously, when people say that shit, it's just like, you don't understand what this is struggle. So maybe maybe you struggle through financials. And you know what? I would say to that person, I feel bad, right? I wish I could do something to help you, right? Some people may say, well, you know, men have problems too. You know, men have their own mental issues. Why don't we talk about them more? And you're not wrong. Why don't we talk about them more? Why is it always going to be about, mental issues that are not, geared towards straight male men? Fair enough. I'm not going to advocate against you for wanting to have more recognition. However, that doesn't mean you can fucking blast people who are different than you because you don't understand them. I will stand for you. I will fight for you for what hinders you, what hurts you. But you can't fight against everyone else because you think your issues are more important because you're a fucking selfish piece of shit. But anyways, I apologize. I get really heated with this stuff, but that's how I feel. I have very little respect for conservatives in my entire life, but I actually view them as a threat to humanity once mega happened. Fair enough. So here's the only problem I have with the whole versus issue, Goat. By all means, keep your ideals and your beliefs and stuff, right? That's all cool. My issue is the more you ostracize a group of people for being XYZ, the more they fight to maintain that mentality. So if you tell somebody you're racist, and they say, well, geez, well, everybody's got a bit of racism in them, or everybody's got a bit of a criticism in them, or whatever, and then you kind of like ostracize them and be like, well, your opinion doesn't matter. Then they start speaking twice as loud, and then they start finding people who are like them, and then they were like, well, how come I can't say these things? I'm being harassed against, doing stuff. I'm not saying we should promote racism, but what I am saying is that we have to, in order to get people to see things in a perspective outside of their own, they have to be able to be exposed to it. If they're not exposed to it because they are being ostracized by society, they will never change their ideologies. Telling somebody they should be ashamed, telling somebody they should think about it, only reinforces their negative behavior. It doesn't actually make them want to change. And I know that's probably stuff you've heard before. And I know Mega is a bit of a cult. Is a cult, sorry, not even a bit of a cult. It is a cult. And I understand the biggest worship of that is basically the greed of and money and stupidity kind of all kind of mixed in together. Most of the time, the people corrupt spaces aren't ostracized. They're rarely the opposite happens. I don't know about that. I don't know about that because like how anime is filled with Brim and Nazi weebs now. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. But like, here's the thing, right? Like, everybody wants to think of, well, maybe other than Elon Musk, everybody wants to think of themselves as a good person. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I want to be evil today. Maybe they do. I don't know. Some people like being evil or like the idea or perception of evil. But generally speaking, everybody's a hero of their own story, right? Nobody wants to actually think that they are evil. Like themselves are evil. They might do evil things. They might, unless you're like a serial killer who actually wants to be a villain on a piece of paper. Sometimes serial killers think that they're doing a good thing. They're doing good things for people. They're like, oh, I killed another, hooker or whatever, so I'm cleaning up the streets, being like, as if they think they're the hero of their own story. But, so, when you tell somebody, no, you're actually doing evil things, the very first thing they're going to do is be like, no, I'm not. I can prove it mentally that I'm not. And it reinforces that behavior. They might not be ostracized from society, but they might be ostracized from the fact that they feel like they can't speak anymore. They can't be open. They can't talk. And they talk about these whole freedom of speech bullshits and all this kind of crap and the truth. What is the truth and what's the real truth? And there's always conspiracy theories and bullshit that they make fake news, make fake crap up and whatever. But they might not be ostracized, especially now when things are more mainstream. But that's the thing. Okay, here's an example. When somebody is blatantly homophobic towards you, does that make you feel like if somebody says to you, I hate people who have same-sex relationships, and of course they say it in a very derogatory way, does that reinforce your beliefs on being pro LGBTQ, or does that actually make you feel like, wow, that person might have a point? Right? What's the reaction going to get from that if somebody criticizes your ability to think that people who are different than you deserve better treatment? Your immediate response generally is going to be doubling down, right? Like, fuck you. That's not a good point at all, right? Like your views are shit, and now there's a polarization happening. And the problem is extreme polarization creates these big divided groups. I know it's hard to think about because right now all we can see are the extremes. We see the extreme people who are more the extreme mega, and then they see, of course, the extreme left people who are, they're like on the stage like promoting transgender, and which is, to me, like that's what you're supposed to do, is promote it. But they might see it as being like, oh, they're trying to stuff it down my throat or something like that. And the problem with that is that right now, currently, we cannot coexist. We cannot coexist. We cannot coexist with the far right anymore because polarization has divided it up. Nobody has just middle ground ideas. And I know the idea of like, is black and white. Do a group of people exist or do they not exist? Right? It's either one or the other. But that's a very black and white thinking, and that's what's causing a lot of polarization. The discussions are gone now. The discussions about how to make things work, how to kind of make communities form in a safe environment, that is all gone now. It's gone. There is no discussions anymore. It is like we need to eradicate a group of people. And that's a problem. And I don't know how we're going to fix that, ever. I don't think we ever will fix that. I think that's the problem now that's embedded in our society due to the extreme polarization. And the U.S. is the front runner for that, because they're such a big country, and they have so many pools, and they're a superpower, and they are basically opening up the doors for extreme polarization across the world. And yeah, so it doesn't just affect the U.S. The U.S. kind of thinks about themselves as being like, well, we got our own government, our own shit, and whatever. And then it's like we all look at them being like, oh, you guys are a bunch of clowns, not realizing that the government of the U.S. is what's indicating and validating all these other things that are happening in other people's countries. Luckily, a lot of people have been very anti-Trump and have been promoting left-leaning governments. But if you take a look at like places like Italy that was doing like the Brothers of Italy back during Trump's first term, you're going to see that at one point it was very right-leaning. A lot of right-leaning organizations started getting more, I guess, leeway, more power. But ever since Trump came in, more left-leaning ones were coming because they don't want to be an example of Trump. But that doesn't mean that now these small Nazi groups, these small, like, fringe right groups now are gaining such a large fucking... Yeah, exactly. It's getting such a large running now. I feel like literally, yeah, Mussolini's granddaughter or something. I don't know if it's Mussolini's granddaughter, but you're not wrong though. She is kind of like she is kind of extreme in her ideas, especially like like refugees. Like people were like on boats. She literally was just like, yeah, Brothers of Italy. Yeah, that's right. It is the same party, but like she like left people out on a boat that were going to die without food and water because she said there was not going to be any asylum here and had to send them to France. Like, Italy is fucked up, man. I feel polarization is a result of limited political spectrum. There are two main ideologies that exist, and you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right, Kanagi, 100%. I think that's the main problem right now is that there is no... Because, like, here's the thing. Okay, I personally want people to have freedom to pretty much do anything as long as it doesn't harm other people. Okay, I'm pretty cool with things that... So self-identification, self-rights, self all this stuff. Be who you are meant to be, you know, as long as you're not actually harming other people. And I'm not talking about harming people in the way the Bible is like talking about or whatever the fucking bullshit, but like actually harming them, right? Because that's generally what laws are for, right? Based on like, it does it harming other people, stealing from other people, is it, you know? And people might be able to come up with their own sick and twisted reasons why it's harming them. But let's be real, we need to really look at things and be like, is this like legitimate or is this bullshit? But that being said, in order to get people with these limited spectrums to kind of change their ideas, you have to kind of come down to a compromise. And that, I think compromising is over. I think we used to have compromising. The women's suffrage, that was a compromise. That was not a black and white thing. We didn't say, back then it wasn't like women get all rights as equal to men. It was women need to get rights that men have. Right? What happened with you know, the breakdown of slavery in the States? You know, people of color believe or you know should be able to be equal to people who are white or who are, you know, whatever. And but it was more like working towards it. So there was concessions made, right? Concessions where certain things were allowed, and eventually it opened up. Unfortunately, that time of when people were opening up, everybody wants it right now, and I get it. I would want it right now. I would really say I want everybody to be free and to be able to do those things right now. But unfortunately, there's such a polarization, such a hard turn that people now is either all or nothing, and unfortunately, that's just not how politics works. I mean, that's not how the democratic politics work. It definitely works in an autocracy. So like what's going on now with Trump as an example, where he's basically being an autocrat, it works for him to be extreme. There's no abortions everywhere. No, you know, get rid of USID or whatever. Just get rid of organizations. Get rid of Paris agreements. Get rid of anything, because like he doesn't like who's he being accountable towards? The idea was the court's supposed to hold him accountable. Congress was supposed to hold him accountable. The House of Representatives is supposed to hold the president accountable, and yet nobody's doing anything. So, in that aspect, you can do extremes. But in a democratic society, an actual, not a fake democratic society, a U.S. has a false democratic society. They do not live in a democrat. They never have. They maybe back when it first happened, they might have had a democratic system, but they don't have a democratic system anymore. We don't really have one either in Canada. I'm going to say right now, we have a false democratic system. So, you know, there's no real, there's a false democratic system, meaning that there is democratic-like things happening, but there's no real democratic stuff happening like, I don't know, fucking anywhere else in Europe. Well, not anywhere else, but you know what I mean. Like when they have like France or Germany, they have like
50 other parties and everybody makes coalitions. That's real democracy. Okay, that's a real democracy. You're really inviting all these different parties to work together with different ideologies and coming up with compromises. Not you a winner gets all the power and then has to funnel it through a narrow tube in order to get things go through. Okay, like that's not democracy. That is you're voting a king in. You're you're voting in a power to take control. Right? That's not how. That's not real democracy. That's fake. But you know, whatever. It happens in Canada too. Like we don't have three real parties. We have a lot of other parties, but we only have three real ones. And even then, we're actually four, I guess. But we're really not. We're really not democracy. UK other is realistic. Yeah, I don't think UK has a very. I think UK kind of falls on the false democracy side too, kind of like Canada, because we have very similar democratic system. But yeah, it's not true democracy, unfortunately. And in true democracy, people compromise. And in a non-true democracy, in a fake democracy, it's black or white. You either left wings, right wings, or the parties are centralized in some way. And that's just it. That's how it is. I do love the fact that people were saying like Kamala Harris can't get into politics because, you know, she's a woman who wouldn't be able to emotionally handle things. And I'm looking at Trump's replies with Elon going, ah, yes, the emotional regulation in play. These alpha men definitely not being giant babies on their own, on social media platforms that they own. It's like, oh God, so humiliating. I'm so sad for the American people. Blah. Anyways, I'm sorry about going on that tangent. I didn't mean to get this political, but it is it is Pride Month. I just said best say gay pride, but it is Pride Month in general. And I think that everybody should be proud of who they are. And fucking trans rights are human rights. Everybody's rights, you know, gay rights, lesbian rights, bi rights, asexual. I'm an ace myself. Heck yeah. Anyways, I'm very passionate about these things. Politics makes me very passionate, which I'm guessing makes a lot of people passionate. So, let's go ahead and take a look at my thing here. Oh, my hands! Oh, hands. What do we got? Do I have time here? Yeah, lots of time. So I'm gonna play a game for you. Would you like to play a game? So normally on Fridays, I usually will stream together. Rugu is busy. He's got a job now. He's happy, I guess, or happy-ish. Hopefully he's happy. I don't know if he's happy, to be honest. I just know that he's a bit more stable. So I normally would look to see if anybody was available on Discord and try to play with them. But that's it. I really been winging it lately. So today I'm going to be showing you a game. I'm going to talk about it a bit. And then after I talk about it, I'm going to play around with it. And you guys get to see how it plays. Who likes card games? Oh yeah, cool. You got me, buddy. Best viewers? Wow. Got me. Oh, did I only time him up for 1 second? Wow. Whoopsies. I meant to ban him, but I pushed purge. Whoopsies. Well, if he comes back, I'll get him again. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I'm just a mouse. I just a mouse. So merciful. Yes, I am merciful king. Spam my... Go ahead. Spam my chat. I dare you. I will give you a timeout for 1 second. Don't test me. You know what, though? I'm going to tell you, I might be too merciful. There was a dude that was in one of my servers, and he was actually causing people hardship. And I let him be in the server for far too long. When I eventually got to a point where I told him, hey dude, look, there's like literally a petition on the server to have you removed. I have no personal issue with you, but people don't like you for various reasons. Some of them very, very kind of aggressively. And also his views and stuff, I guess, were part of it too. So I told him he had to go. And instead of going, I said, hey man, like, clue up what you need to do by the end of the week, please. You know, basically what I was telling him was, you know, friend request whoever you want to friend request, message them now while you're still share a server. You know, do the things you need to do, because unfortunately, and this person already knew this was happening. This wasn't just dropped on them. Like, we've had multiple conversations about his behavior and stuff. But I wanted to give him a chance and stuff. So, but I eventually told him, you've got till the end of the week, which was like, I think it was like a Thursday. So like he had till like Saturday or Sunday to finish things up. You know, get your friends leave. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings card game's coming up. Exactly, you got it. The Eye! The Eye that's never described like this in the books. But it became really popular because of the movie. Anyways, so when he left immediately, basically, and basically made a post about being I don't know, he made like a shitty ass post saying negative things about everybody on the server before he left. So I came to a realization that my assumption about people, or how I feel about people, is not always right. So from now on, when people on my servers say there's an issue, I'm going to take it a lot more seriously and actually not take such a burden to try and fix the behavior instead of banning people. Sometimes people are just beyond help. And I need to start treating people like that, I guess. I can't be the person or democratic enough to try to figure out their life stuff. I love giving people chances, but I can't be the one who takes it all. Hey, Robox, how are you today? Geez, if you're on already, then that means I'm running late. Yes, the Lord of the Rings. You're right. How did you know? Oh, welcome. Are you working today, or you got today off? Good morning. Are you going to the gym? Is it gym time? You gotta work on those muscles. Oh, you are working. I gotta pump up the jam. Or are you going directly to work? I know you're a big muscles. The Eye of Sauron! Alright, I'm gonna talk about this game now. No, I can't work out. Recovering from a motorcycle accident. Wait, did you tell me about this? I think you did. Oh my, did you? I think you did. No way. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I think I forgot. I think you mentioned it. Holy fuck. Are you doing okay, though? Like, recovery-wise? Like... yeah, I don't think you've seen me. Did you have another accident? Is this like your second or something? What happened? Does like somebody sideswipe you? Like, fuck, man. Motorcycles are so fucking, like, deadly. I'm recovering quickly and expect to make a full recovery. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that. You better, by the way. Because the only person that's allowed to break you is me and your pack. Maybe your pack can break you. That's fine. But if you're broken, then how am I supposed to break you? That's not fun. So what am I doing? What am I showing? Hell yeah. A car made a left in front of me in oncoming traffic. Motherfuckers. Motherfuckers. Yo. So, what am I doing here? So, this game is a card game. It is a cooperative game. So you can play with up to 3 people. Sorry, up to 4 people. But it's 1 to 4 players. Make you pliable? They didn't yield, Random. Oh my god. Holy shit. You could have died. Oh my god. Fucking crazy. Dude. And you're just gone back to work? Yeah. I don't know if you're hardcore. Okay. I definitely did forget to do that. Thank you for reminding me about pushing buttons. Started work on Tuesday this week, okay. Hey, Melon Boy, how are you? Started Tuesday? Okay. Well, I'm glad you took some time for yourself, but you gotta be careful, Robox. I know being careful is not you, because you're probably a fucking hedonist, aren't you? You're probably an expeditionist and a hedonist. Those are probably 2 things about you. But I wish that you don't die, okay? Like, needlessly. Die for a purpose, okay? If you're gonna die, Robox, do it with style. Like, if you're gonna flip over those handlebars, fucking do a somersault and get it rated. And make sure you record that shit. There we go. Monetize it. If you're gonna die, monetize it. Alright. So, yes, very careful. That's good. Make some money. This is all the world's about. Doing good, just relaxing. I'm glad you are. So I'm going to show you a game. It wasn't my fault. The insurance company is paying out to me. It wasn't my fault. Nice. That's good. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. Of course I'm joking. I don't want you to die. I'm only making jokes. I'm just have a really dark sense of humor, which you probably know about me already. So I'm gonna play a game. I like you and your jokes. Aw, thank you. Vic being like, if you're going to die, do a sick flip. Yeah, do a sick flip, record it, send me the footage. I will play it and do a reaction video of it, and then I'll make money. Okay, because I'll make sure it goes viral. So those are the things that are important to me. Just to let you know. Your life is definitely important too. Don't think you realize. Yeah, so I'm gonna be playing some Lord of the Rings, and I'm gonna show you the game. First off, I guess I can show you one thing, and that is me moving back in my seat. This game is kind of big. Let's do this. This game came out sometime in the early 2000s. Comes a binder. Let's see. LOTR LCG. Release. So the original release for this was 2012. 2011, I'm sorry. No, 2010. Oh, wow, geez. I started collecting this in around 2011. So fairly early. This game is pretty big because what I'm going to show you is only the player cards, but you get to see some art, some cool art. This is the Lord of the Rings living card game. Yes, this game, if you have Tabletop Simulator, this game is entirely free. You just download the Lord of the Rings Complete mod, and you can play this on Tabletop Simulator. But, of course, I have the entire question. What game are you playing? Lord of the Rings living card game. Yep, the one that Kanagi mentioned. My friend. Oh, the sun doesn't like this. Oh, it's too shiny. It's got a lot of wrinkles and stuff. But you can take a look at here. The art is all unique art. So I'm probably gonna move my lamp here. Probably move this as well. This is a card game. Card game. Children's card game. By the way, if you want to see some games that were made locally, homemade games essentially, that I didn't make, but my friends made as part of our community of game developers, you have to watch the VOD. I did that at the very beginning. I think it was just me and Kanagi. Anyways, here's some stuff for the Lord of the Rings game. You can see Santa down here. This is somebody's interpretation of Theoden. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Look at this silly fucker. We call him Santa. We call him Santa Theoden. Ho ho ho, Rohan. Ho ho ho. Where was Gondor when the South Pole fell? Light the poles. You lighten poles. Theoden. Santa Rohan. Hell yeah. But yeah, it has Glorfindel in there. So this is Spirit. So this would be like the Spirit cards. So these are all the heroes you get to choose. But like, look at all the art. The art's fucking beautiful in this game. So one of the artists, very popular artist, very popular. You will know her if you play Magic the Gathering. If you play Magic the Gathering, you will know who the artist of this is. Look at that art. That's beautiful. That is Magali. Magali did a lot of the art for the Lord of the Rings. And that art is fucking awesome. But then again, all the characters she makes always look feminine. That's why she does a lot of the elves. Some of the art's bad in this game. Really early, the early stuff. I don't know. The art's not so good. You're on Saruman's naughty list? Yeah. It's funny. You can make Sauron's actually an ally in this as well. But you got Círdan, yes, Círdan. You know, this dude here. You don't get to see him in the movie, but he's the guy who takes everybody to the undead lands, right, on the ship, Círdan's ship. Here's like hipster Aragorn. There's many versions of Aragorn in this game. We call this guy hipster Aragorn. He looks like somebody who would like have like a lumberjack outfit on and be like, "Oh yeah, I was holding torches before we were cool." Look where he's fucking holding the torch. Like, who holds the torch next to the flame? Like, it looks like you might burn your fucking hand off. Oh, Aragorn. You in the movie you were able to, you know, defend the hobbits with a torch and a sword against the fucking the ring wraiths, as if you could ever do that. Like, they're not afraid of fire. They live in Mordor, or roundabouts. You think they give a shit about fire and flame? Give it a break. So there's also liberties made. So this character, as an example, she's one of the core set characters for this game. So they made up their own. This is Eleanor. She is a Gondor noble. Why did they make Eleanor and make her look like somebody from like who has like a fucking headband from Naruto? I have no idea. But I know like they wanted more female characters in the lore of the game because a lot of it is their own lore. Like it's all like, other than like the Lord of the Rings campaign or the Hobbit campaign, a lot of the stuff is made up by the creators of the game. That is a very weird way of holding a torch. Absolutely. I think the guy had to maybe use a bit of AI when AI was still new. Back in 2011. When AI didn't exist. But yeah. There you go. There you go. You want some free stuff? Look at this. Proudfoot. Look at that. Check that out. Rate that on WikiFeet. 10 out of 10. 5 out of 5. Whatever the fuck they rated as. Demo's getting off on that, no doubt. But yeah. Some of this really good art. Anyways, I have a lot of cards, as you can see. So you got your spirits, which is like, your spirit is kind of like your ability to resist against threat, and I'll explain what that is. Here's Saruman. Saruman the White. He's a hero. He actually causes doom. He causes threat to go up. Because it makes sense, right? The Palantirs in the game and stuff. Demo loves feet, I know. He talks about him all the time when he comes in my streams. Fucking weirdo. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that this is just one binder. I have 2 of these. And this is only hero cards. There are 3 times more quest cards. Because quests make the game, right? So what happens is that when you open up a pack of cards, so the different one of the things about this is that this is a collectible card game. It is not a trading card game. You would never trade your Lord of the Rings cards ever, because every single card was only printed once in one on each set. So you get 3 copies. So you get a full playset. So in this game, you can have 3 of a kind in a deck or whatever. And if you traded one of those off, then you would now no longer have a playset. Every pack had a predetermined cards. So you knew when you bought a pack what was in it. Because there's no random gambling with it. You knew what you were getting. It was basically like a board game in the style in which you purchased it. So how many, you might ask? How many packs were there? Too much. Too much. So much that I've been playing the game for 15 years. No, I can't be playing 15 years. 2012. I've been playing the game since 2012. So 13 years, almost. I've been playing the game for 13 years, and I still haven't played all the quests. I also have nightmare versions of all the quests, meaning that I have another way to play each of the quests, and I still haven't done that either. And that's not including all of the other stuff that came out. There's like, it's so diverse. The game has been dead now for about 4 years or so, so like they stopped producing new stuff. But people are so into the game because it's co-op, right? That they are making their own stuff. You can go download quests and play them with your card pool. You can get new heroes by going to these little variations to print these new cards, and people are fine with it because there's no competitive scene. There's nothing. It's just everybody have fun with the game. And this game is like probably their biggest, longest, probably not their biggest seller, because it's not like Star Wars or something like that. But this game is definitely what they would call their cash cow. It is still being produced, just nothing new. Oh my god. Look at these hands. Okay, so now I'm going to play a game. So I gave you some concepts of the game a little bit. So I'm going to show you some stuff now. So when you play, so I'm going to play with the core set. So when the core set, the old core set, there's a revised one that's out now. So they have revised it, they changed it, just no new production of new stuff. Lord, such a cash cow for franchises for me. Totally, absolutely. This one is a little different because I think the living card game is probably the best variation of a Lord of the Rings game that ever was made. But also I'm very biased, of course, with that. So what happens with Lord of the Rings is you get to choose up to 3 heroes. So these are, out of the core set, these are 3 heroes. Now there is a lot more. There are 4 different types of, what do you want to call it? 4 different types of spheres. So spheres of influence. So there is Tactics, which is the purple one. Lore, which is the green one. Spirit, which is the blue one. And Tactics, which is red, which I don't have here. Tactics is more involved with combat. Lore is more about knowledge and acquiring knowledge, so card draw and stuff like that. Leadership is about allies and having resources to pay for them. Spirit is about controlling your threat and trying to make yourself become like sneaky and unseen. Also it has the ability to cancel things. So basically, it has the ability to give your characters a bit of like willpower. So that's a really big thing. It focuses on willpower. So on this card, you're going to see a bunch of different things. So you're going to see here. So this is a special edition card. That's why this looks different. This came out of the special edition box that I purchased. That's why the card looks kind of different than the other ones. But it is still a core set card. It came in the core set. It's just this is the special print of it. I did collect everything that I could for this game. So you're going to see some stuff here. So that number, that blue number, the 12, that's the threat. The threat. Meaning that when I go to start the game, that's the starting threat that he's going to have. And I'll explain what that is in a couple seconds here. The red number is his hit points, how much damage he can take before he dies. The circle is his willpower. The swords are his attack. The shields are his defense. And that symbol on the bottom, down there in the corner, that's the sphere of influence. So he's a tactics character, which means that I can spend resources on him to play tactics cards. Sentinel is a keyword that means he can defend for other people. So normally when you get an attack or you're being attacked by somebody, you have to defend your own with your own characters. But a Sentinel character can defend your allies. So he can defend for somebody else's behalf. And he has an ability. His ability is a response. It says after Aragorn commits to a quest, you can spend one resource on him from a resource pool and ready him. So ready him means untapping. So readying, this is exhausting is tapping. So this is exhaust. Readying is standing them up or untapping them, whatever you want to call it, magic gathering purposes. So they all have their own abilities. So these stay in play. These are your main characters. They give you their resources to play cards. They're also like, if they start dying, then you're going to get a lot of trouble pretty quickly. Games Workshop tried to discontinue their Lord of the Rings variant that ended up coming back too hard. Really? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, fucking anything Lord of the Rings is fucking brilliant, so. I even tried to watch the Ralph Bakshi one the other day. The animation. So this is it. So what happens is when you build a deck, you know, this is only core set cards. So these are only cards that come out of the box when you buy the original game. So the box right now, you can buy it for about $80 American, I guess, Canadian. 80 Canadian, which used to be probably roughly around 40 or 50. But the revised box has a playset of everything. The original box did not. You had to buy 3 of the original core set boxes to have a playset of all the cards. Because it would come with some 1s and some 2s. But now the new revised box has a playset of everything. You only have to buy the core set once. How many core sets I bought? I bought 7. My binder has core cards fucking thick like that. And I never bought the revised one. So I've only have the original core sets. And I bought 7 of them. Because there are a lot of key cards in the core set that I like reusing. Like Steward of Gondors and Test of Wills and that kind of stuff. So I reuse them a lot. The one cool thing with living card games is that there's never a dead card. You can always make use of a card. And quests kind of are so in particular and so different that you can kind of make any cards work. And by quests, I mean quests are basically the missions that the players have to face in order to win, I guess. So what do? So when you build a deck, you build a deck up to 50 cards. So it has to be a minimum of 50. You can have more if you wish. The maximum amount of a single card to go in your deck is 3, unless it indicates otherwise. There may be some cards that say we'll limit 1 per deck. Could also be limit 1 per victory display. That you don't have to worry about right now. We're not, because we don't have any of that. That came out later. And then there's side quests. Side quests came out later too. But anyways, so in this case here, I have I'll show you a variation of a card, and then I'm going to play pretty quick. So this is a lore card, meaning I can only spend lore resources to play this. So that means this 1 has to be spent on lore. If this was a 2-cost card, I would have to spend 2 lore resources. So I can't spend 1 lore resource off her and then 1 tactics in order to play this. I would all have to be the same kind of sphere in order to play this. So in this case, this is an attachment. How do I tell? Well, it says attached to a hero for 1. So it literally tells you it's an attachment. It also tells you an attachment on the bottom, meaning it's going to attach to something. And also the art of the cards, the layout of the cards are different. So this is a character, what an ally looks like. You can see that the layout is different, so it kind of makes it easy to tell what's what. But if you don't know what it is, it tells you on the bottom what it is. This is an ally, this is an attachment. I love the style of what he did. So this is the title, attached to a hero. Discard an action. An action is anytime there's an action window, you can play this, which generally means not in between things. So an action window is you can do it anytime that you have a moment to do so, which is outlined in the rules. I know there's no stack in this game, so when you do an action, it just happens. The only thing that's faster than a reaction is a response. The only thing faster than a response is an interruption. So it is very much old school Magic rules in that respect. So anytime you have an action or an action window to do this, you can go ahead and discard a card from your hand, give a hero +1 defense or +1 will until the end of the phase. Limit 3 times per phase. So that's an example of something. This is not, what I built is not the best core set deck you can make. It is the most entertaining for me. I love Tactics Aragorn. I use him in a lot of different other decks and stuff. And I like this deck. I just like it. As simple as that. The best there is this guy who's called C-Stan, who actually is a statistician. I guess a person who's good at, who's a doctor in statistics. I don't know what that is. A statistician, maybe. Who has created an algorithm who created the best core set deck you can create, and it is not this one. It uses all 4 colors, and it has heavy abuse. But I don't care about something being the best. I just want it to have fun. So I'm mixing up the deck right now. Just doing a little mixing. No, I'm not going to try to do a false shuffle or anything. I'm just mixing it up because I don't know. This came pre-shuffled anyways because I play it and I shuffle it. But I just want to show you I'm shuffling and I'm not pre-programming the deck or anything. And this is 1 to 4 players, so you can play this solo. It is hard to play solo though. But a lot of aspects of this came from the game that I play, the what was it called? The Final Fantasy game that I created. A lot of aspects of this game are in that as well. So here we go. We are playing with this. So I'm just going to play against this. It's going to be really easy. I'm going to play against the very first core set quest. I believe it is. And I think it's Passage to Mirkwood. I might be wrong with that. I think it is, though. Yeah, it is. So what happened when you get a box? You get a bunch of these heroes, a bunch of these hero cards, and then you get a bunch of these. These are the cusp of the game. Like, these are the Eye of Sauron. So these are your quest cards. These are what you play against and how you win. And, like, this is the whole point of playing the game. So what you do is you pick a particular quest you want to do. So in this case, we're going to do Passage through Mirkwood. I think we are. Is that the first one or what? Okay, Passage through Mirkwood. Okay. I don't remember there being 2 different passages, but you know what? Fuck it. I think this might be the special edition one. I don't know. All right, so let me go ahead and get all the quest cards first. It's been a long time since I played the fucking core set. I can tell you that right now. This doesn't feel... Oh, yeah, it might be. I know that the core set, even though the core set's been out since 2011, and the card pool of the core set was pretty small, the 3rd quest in the core set is fucking brutal. Even now, even in the current card pool, it is tough to play. And that's like, you know, our card pool of 60 to 70 cards when it first came out to a card pool of probably 4,000 to 5,000. Well, maybe if not 4,000 or 5,000, probably more like 2,000. Yeah, because I was thinking of like card pool being ×3, but you know what I mean, because you can have 3 in the deck. But yeah, for each separate card, probably more like 2,000 different choices. So what we're doing here, I'm separating the quests here. So Passage to Anduin, Passage to Anduin, Journey along to Anduin. Okay, so these are all Journey along to Anduin. These are different quests. Escape from Dungledore. That's the one. Or Dungledore. Yeah, it is. Escape from Dungledore. Yeah, that is brutal. Oh, here we go. Passage through Mirkwood. I feel like it. Oh, this is not right. This is not the core set one. This is the special edition core set, because the original one was Flies and Spiders. Huh. This is cooperative, yeah. So you would normally play with 4 people. Well, you would play 1 to 4. So I play this game. I play Lord of the Rings every single second or every second Monday, and I have done that for 11 years or something like that. So you can imagine, very versed in this game. Played it a lot. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do the Passage to Mirkwood, which is not the original core set one. This is a special edition, so you're going to see a special edition version of this. Oh wait, it is. Never mind, it's not special edition. It's not special edition. That's what I remember. Flies and Spiders. No, this is the original. This is the original core. My bad. Here I'm talking about how I know everything, and yet I was wrong all along. What? Okay, I got a couple of different versions of this. Oh no, I mix up stuff. Okay, so we got flies. So we got 1A flies and spiders. Okay, so Passage through Mirkwood. Here's Passage through Mirkwood. We got Passage through Mirkwood. Passage through Mirkwood. Yeah, looks like I got some stuff mixed up. 3A. Where's 3B to? 3A, 3B. Oh, okay. All right. So, all right, cool. Chosen Passage. Is there 3 of them or just 2? Just 2. Okay, so I've got some of these mixed up. I don't want to make sure I got this right. So you're gonna see me do a little bit of shuffling and stuff here. So this is the quest we're gonna play. I'm gonna put these aside. I don't need these right now. I thought there was too many quest cards. So how do you build a deck here? Well, it tells you how to do it. Okay, so it says the main quest is this. So it's gonna be, and I'm gonna read all this text and stuff when we play. So this is the tree. So I'm gonna be looking for the tree. And I'm going to be looking for the other supplement ones. So this, the orc face and the spiders. However, because this is a pile of probably multiple core sets in it, I need to make sure I don't get too many of them. So you can see right here on this card, it shows like this is a treachery. It shows you like the symbol for the card, but then it shows you like how many of it is, like 7 of 14, right? So that means like once you have 14 of these cards with this symbol on it, then you've got the entire thing. So in case you do mix them up, which is literally what I did. So let's go ahead and separate these. It'll be fun to watch me separate things. Wow, ASMR. Here we go. Okay. So all I'm doing now is just separating them in the appropriate piles. Okay, it looks like I might even be able to tell where... Wait a second, why are these cards in here? These are some corset cards. They're hero cards. They shouldn't belong in here. Am I gonna find like cards that I've lost? Anyways. So yeah, give me a second while I sort out my cards. So this is the enemy deck. This is what players will play against. This is 1 to 4 games, so technically speaking, you can still play this solo, no problem. Okay, I feel like that might be it. I'm gonna double check though, okay? So let's take a look here. So we should have 10 of these cards. It says 10, 9 of 10. So I'm just gonna count 10. Make sure they're all different. 1, 2, 3. Okay, nope, they're not all 10. Look at that. So we're going to have to sort them out. So it's going to be 10, 9. Let's see if we can find 8 here. 8. 7. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. Oh, I'm missing 2. So it's probably another 4 spider we're missing. And these are duplicates. So we know that we mixed in too many core sets together. So now I'm going to be looking for the forest with the 2 on it. And I need to make sure I don't mix these cards up anymore. A forest with the 2. And I think it's going to be one of those spiders. I guess. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Oh, here it is. No, it's not. No, it's not it. There we go. Yep. Force bit of 2 on it. Alright, so now we have our spider deck. So we know it. We know we have our spider deck because we can count the numbers. So you can see here that says Force 1 card, Force 2 card, Force 3 card. Even though they're different cards, the same cards, they have different numbers on them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10. We have all the separate numbers, so that is appropriate. That is correct. So now we're going to do the same for this. This one here has 14 cards in it. Obviously, I don't have 14 cards here, so there's a problem. So let's separate these out. Do we have a 14 here? Yep, 14, 13. We don't have a 12, and we have a duplicate 7. Okay, so we're obviously having some issues here. These got mixed up. These must have fell or something. Oh shoot, my music's decided to... Are you even listening to music? Yes. All right. So let me throw out some of these here. So it's 14, 11. So what do I need here? I need 12. Let's throw these to the side here. Let's see. Oh, these are really messed up. Okay, these are all separate quest cards. I'm sure they're not it. No, maybe not, though. Just gonna throw a bunch of these down and see what happens. Oh, shit. Yes! Sorting cards, the game. Can you believe it? How much fun are you having? So you would do this for every quest. Some quests use the same cards and stuff because they're trying to save on money and whatever. But yeah, I'm just going to finish up by putting all the cards together with the symbol. And then we're just going to have to sort them out afterwards. Because I can't tell what's what right now. I know that all I know is that the forest part is done. So I think that's everything, and then we can sort it out. So I do have 2 copies of the core set, at least the first one, and the other ones are mixed up. I wonder if that was a mistake. Probably is. I do have things better organized. Like I literally have everything organized downstairs. I could have just pulled up one of my organized ones, but I wanted to just pick one out of my pile from the core set that never got use. And these cards have never been played, so that's 1. That is 3. That is 2. 3. Do we have 4 here? Do we have a 4? We have 4. So if you're wondering what the difference between these gold rings are, so gold rings means those are rings that would be removed if you're playing it on easy mode. So if you think the quest is too hard, you can remove the gold rings from the quest deck, and then you turn it into an easier game. Usually it just removes either really hard monsters or too many duplicates of cards that are really punishing. Sorry, that is 5. So we need 6. So I found 7. 6. 7. And normal mode is with gold, by the way. There's also sleazy mode. Sleazy mode is when so easy mode gives you an extra resource to all your heroes. Sleazy mode is you play the game on easy, but you don't give yourself the extra resources like on easy mode. It's called sleazy. Sleazy mode. And we have played sleazy mode because there are some quests you just can't beat with 4 players because game design reasons, because they fucked up somewhere. Whatever it is, sometimes some quests are pretty much impossible. There are quests that we played that during setup, so when we're setting up the cards to play and we're shuffling the decks and playing, we've lost the game during setup. We've lost the game before we even got to play, because that's just how sometimes this game happens. That's definitely a lack of play testing. Yeah. So we don't even, because like during setup you don't get resources, you can't play cards. So we lost the game during setup because the game itself kills the objective hero that we have to protect, and we don't even get a chance to do anything. So we died from flopping cards out. That's happened many times on certain quests. Ones that are poorly playtested, like they really got to get their shit. They really should have got their shit together back then. But here's the story. The guy who created this is the same guy who created Netrunner, which is an amazing game, by the way. He passed it off to different game designers who were kind of like new, and they fumbled a bit. Eventually, they created the most amazing sets ever, most amazing quests you could ever dream of. They're amazing. Like the ones where you're on a ship and you have to like navigate your compass as you're going, like that, fucking masterpiece. But yeah, some of the early stuff is terrible. All right, this is 2. What am I looking? We're looking for 1. One, 2. Three. Oh, I fucking hate that guy. 4. 5. 6. 7. Yay for counting! If I had this properly sorted, I wouldn't have to do this. 8. Oh, 9. 10. 11. 12. And that's how many cards there were. So that's good. That's our quest deck. So we have successfully completed our quest deck. So now what we're going to do now is shuffle all this together. Wait, what are these cards? Oh, these are extras. Okay. So this is the quest deck. So we know like this is what we're going up against. So now we create it. And how do we know that? We follow the instructions, basically. Ah. So I'm just going to kind of mix things up a bit and do probably a quick shuffle. And then we're going to play some games. We're going to play Lord of the Rings. And I've got, what, an hour and a half? I could probably do it in an hour and a half. This is not a hard quest. The one that people usually playtest is usually Journey Down to Anduin, which is the second quest of this. Pretty good playtest one. There are better ones. I think 3 Trials is one of my favorite ones. But yeah. And no, I wouldn't recommend doing that kind of shuffle if you don't have like multiple copies of cards, okay? You don't want to bend in it. But this is like my 7th core set, which has, that means I have the same quest 7 times. So I'm okay with doing this. 7. All right, so this goes on the side here. Where are we going to put it to? Your heroes kind of be put into place here. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to beat this. Once we beat this, we win the game. So let me go ahead. So the very first thing that happens is you, as a player, you have your deck. We shuffled it up a lot already. I'm just doing a little quick shuffle here. And yes, you can play this all on Tabletop Simulator, okay? For free, as long as you got Tabletop Simulator. I shouldn't say for free, but for free. Well, you can play it on Tabletop Simulator if you have it, and the add-on is free. They're pretty lax with regards to the rules about what they're willing to do. So we So who do we have on our tirades of our heroes? We have Aragorn, son of Arathorn. Ranger, Dunedain of the North, King of the Men, or I guess son of son of Isildur, or I guess not son of Isildur. It's like Isildur's heir, whatever it is. Isildur's heir. That's it. We have Theodred, Strider. They call him Strider. That's a really good card, by the way, Strider. It only so I should explain. You can choose up to 3 heroes at the beginning. There are ways to get a 4th hero. I'm not going to go over that because that's like later on. But you can start up with 2 heroes if you wish, but you're getting less resources. But your starting threats gets reduced, and I'll explain all that in a second. We've got Theodred, son of Theoden. Is it? Yeah, Theoden's son. That's right. Who dies in the movie? He just says, "Oh, your son's dead." And he's like, "I'm an old man. Don't bother me with such bullshit." And then later he goes, "Oh, Dad should never bury his son." I'm giving you the clip notes. And then we got Beravor, daughter of Beavis the Butthead. Beravor is one of their characters they created because they wanted more Dunedain women. Once again, Lord of the Rings, not heavy on the ladies, not heavy on people, so they decided they're going to make more women in the world, and damn right, they should. So they have a Dunedain Ranger called Beravor. So what's their abilities? I've already kind of went over it. So his is, he's got Sentinel, which doesn't really help me here, because that's for protecting other people, other players. After he commits to a quest, I can spend a resource from him to ready him. So basically, to untap him and make him prepared for other things. Theodred, when you commit him to a quest, which I'll show you later on, he can give somebody a resource. So his ability, they're both responses, which means the active player, gets to choose what order this happens in. Which means I can use him to give him the resource, for him to spend the resource to ready back up. So there's a bit of I love the green border around the card. Very striking, yeah. I love my sleeves. I have so many sleeves because I have so many different card games I play. This is definitely my favorite. Yeah. Netrunner is probably my second favorite. And her ability is an action, exhaust her to draw 2 cards. Wait, target player draws 2 cards. Very strong. Very strong. But tapping a hero means you're using her for that ability only. So what you're going to do next is you're going to count up their threat, the starting threat. So 12 plus 8 is 20, plus 10 is 30. Starting threat is 30. This is relevant for many reasons, and also upside down. If you ever hit 50 threat, you lose the game. Basically, well, you lose the game, as in like, if you're playing with multiple players, you're out, but everybody else can continue. 50 threat means that you have lost all sort of hope. So don't get 50 threat. 30 is pretty high, to be honest. But these characters are pretty good as it is. So the next thing you do, you draw your cards. You draw 6 cards, and then you can mulligan if you wish. So I drew 6 cards. So something I'm looking for in this game is Steward of Gondor. I'll explain why. This is a pretty good hand. I'm going to keep this hand. So when I go to play a card, I'll show you it and then play it. So I'm just going to say for now, I'm going to keep the card. So right now I don't get resources. We're still in the setup here. So the next thing that happens here now is we're going to read this quest card. I think actually, yeah, I do get the hand before this happens. All right, here's the quest. The quest is Flies and Spiders. Passage through Mirkwood. So we're traveling through Mirkwood. Where's Mirkwood, you might ask? It's right here on the map. It's that little area that's there. There's the Anduin. I think the Anduin is right here, the River Anduin. It goes right down through. We're going to be going through Mirkwood. You are traveling through Mirkwood Forest, carrying an urgent message for King Taranthil to the Lady Galadriel of Lorien. So you're basically, we're given, I guess, the message from Legolas's dad, I think? Is that right? Legolas's father to Lady Galadriel over in Lorien, which is right here. So we're traveling from here across Mirkwood down the Anduin to go there. But unfortunately, we're going to end up going traveling through Mirkwood Forest, go down to Anduin, and have to confront Dungle which is right here, because one of our allies gets captured on the river, and then once we finish that, then we can deliver a message to Lorien. But anyways, that's kind of like the map. So it's all taking place in this little circle here on the map. As you move along the dark trail, spiders gather around you. Setup. Search the encounter deck, so this is the encounter deck, for one copy of Forest Spider and one copy of Old Forest and add them to the staging area. Staging area is going to be the spots in which are impeding our way, we'll call it. And then shuffle the encounter deck. So that means, as of right now, we're going to go through this. We're going to look for an Old Forest, and we're going to look for a Forest Spider. There's a Forest Spider. And we're going to look for Old Forest. And then we're going to shuffle this deck again. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. I always remember Bilbo with Sting when I think of Mirkwood. That's true. You've seen it before! Alright, so this is the staging area. So we'll probably do that. There we go. So what does he think say? So it has an encounter rate of 25, which we're going to get to. A threat of 2, so that's what you're seeing. There's that little thing. It's this threat. An attack of 2. A shield of 1, I guess a defense of 1, and 4 hit points. And his ability is a forced ability? Yeah, so I mean force means it's going to happen regardless if it triggers, if the conditions are triggered. After Forest Spider engages a player, it gets +1 attack till the end of the round, so it becomes stronger. And then afterwards, that's a shadow ability. That's something you'll see when things start attacking. They have a shadow, so they have a chance of doing something unexpected. So this is a location in the staging area. So these can gather up. These are basically things that are impeding your way between your destination. So when it's in the staging area, you're not actively going through the trail, but it is impeding your ability to continue on and causing threat. So this is a threat of 1, as you can see up in the corner, it has a little 1 threat. It has 3 quest points, so we need 3 quest points in order to complete this. And it has an ability. Response. After you travel to the Old Forest Road, the first player may choose and ready a character he controls. I don't know why they went with he. Anyways. So we're going to move this over because the active quest is going to be different when we travel. Limited space, so I'm trying to conserve as much as I can here. So now when the setup is done, we're going to flip this card over. Actually, I think after the setup's done, then we draw our cards. All right, so here we go. So there's nothing particularly interesting about this card other than it has 8 quest points on it. So what that means is that I need to put 8 quest points on this card to complete it and move on to the next. The story or the lore on it says, the nastiest things that they saw in the cobwebs. Dark, dense cobwebs with threads extraordinarily thick, often stretched over from tree to tree, or tangled in the lower branches on either side of them. These were none stretched across the path, but whether because of magic kept it clear or for some other reason you could guess not. Now we get to do a couple of things. First, we get resources. We get 1 resource per character. So I got my own custom tokens, but because I don't want to confuse people, especially if you are interested in getting this game in the future, I'm just going to use the ones that come out of the box, okay? Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. These are resource tokens. These are the ones that come out of the core set. Easy to understand. The ones I used are like little diamonds that you put on them for resources, but I'll just use the stuff that they came with. And then you draw 1 card. That's what I got. And then you play. So now everybody will take turns, so there will be a first player. So you would have like a first player token, you know? Like, I'm the first player, therefore I get to go first, and then it rotates around the board. But because I'm only 1 player, I'm always going to be first player. So it doesn't really matter. If I was playing double fisted, which a lot of people do, they will have 2 decks playing simultaneously. They would then switch between first players. So I have a list of cards here. Options. The very first thing I'm going to do is Steward of Gondor. Probably the most broken card in the game. It came out of the core set. Once again, these are all out of the core set box. If you go to buy the box right now, the core set box, you would get all of these cards and a full thing of it. So I'm basically showing you what you would get out of a core set box, which I think is worth it by itself. You would get hours and hours of enjoyment playing this, especially if you got some friends. But even as solo, it's a good game. I don't know if it's blurry. I don't know what's going on there. So anyways, I'm going to be playing Steward of Gondor. Steward of Gondor is a leadership card. It costs 2. It's an attachment, so you play it on somebody. It says attach to hero. That hero gains the Gondor trait. Pretty cool. Not that I care. The other part's pretty good. Exhaust Steward of Gondor and add 2 resources to attached hero's resource pool. Which means free money, yo. Well, not free money. But I'll pay 2 off this, so they're both tactics. Sorry, they're both leadership, I'm sorry. Leadership is what it is, not tactics. And then I'm going to play this on him. So I'm going to play Steward of Gondor on Aragorn. So Aragorn right now is a Gondor. So normally he is just a Dunedain noble ranger, but now he's going to be also a Gondor. Not that it really matters. Now I can immediately tap that or exhaust it to put 2 resources on him. Essentially for free. And every turn I can do that. Get 2 more resources. It's broken. Now, what does this little symbol mean, you're probably wondering? Why is there like a little wheel on it? So anytime you see a wheel symbol, because you see them on the name character as well, that means it's a unique. That means only one of these can be in play, even if multiple players are playing with this card. So only one person can play with Steward of Gondor at a time. If 2 people have Steward of Gondor, the person who plays it first gets priority. The other they're gonna have to wait for something to happen to that attachment before they can play their own. So it is coordination of your decks are important. When you go to cons, a lot of times people don't play with Steward of Gondor. They just assume somebody else plays it. Will play it because you don't know, right? But that's the thing. When you go to cons playing with people, hope that you brought some extra cards with you as a sideboard in case you need to swap cards out because they're playing cards that you may play in your deck. Your big Uno, the big cheese. Big number Uno. But I can keep going. I'm not done yet. I still got lots of resources. Do people come with their own decks? Yes. No. Everybody comes with their own decks. You can use the same pile of cards. I've got a huge collection. Me and Mel share. So Mel plays this with me as well, my partner. She has her own deck that she uses out of my cards. So I mean, you know, obviously I have a bigger collection that I can share it. When you get this core set, you get 4 decks. So you can play with 4 people out of the box. Of course, it is better for you to have other people have the core set, and you can make the best deck if possible out of your limited card pool. But yes, the option of doing that. So me Corey and Devin all have a full collection of cards individually, and we come with all different decks all the time. I have 11 decks created of this game, and Devin has 12, and I think Corey has like 9 or 8. So everybody comes with their own decks. In conventions, sometimes they still do this. Sometimes, like Fantasy Flight still does this. They will create convention quests, and they will have people come down, sit down with their own decks they created, their own heroes and stuff, and play against the newly released convention quest that nobody has seen before. And it's all mysterious and a big cooperative thing, and you're trying to beat it, right? And it's like, whoa, playing with strangers is really cool. So when playing together, I guess you would need to understand that everybody, the unique card thing. Yeah, so you would have to come with a sideboard. If you have unique cards in your deck, you need to come with a sideboard, because if you have cards in play that somebody uses for like a combo or something like that, or your own combo, whoever gets them out first gets the priority of using them, right? Now, you can come with these cards, like you can have, unless you're heroes, you can't. So like, the problem here is, there are 4 different versions of Aragorn. If I play this guy, I turn off all the other Aragorns. Nobody else can play Aragorn. Only me. Even though there are 3 other Aragorns. You can only play with one Aragorn hero. If somebody has an Aragorn ally in their deck, like allies, like one of these guys, right? You can't play it, because Aragorn's already on the board. So, if you have unique cards, you better have alternative solutions, or you're just, some of your deck is just not going to be playable. And that's the thing that people are well aware of when they play this game, especially at cons. Come prepared. Prepare to change your tactics. But there are alternative cards and stuff, but they're not always the best solutions. Or just bring multiple decks and see which one works best. I have a Caldera deck, and Caldera, even though Caldera doesn't mean anything to anybody because she's like a spirit hero that's made up by Fantasy Flight, she uses her whole thing is about uniques, unique allies. So she has unique allies all over the place. She's a terrible one to play in multiplayer, because a lot of my uniques, people are playing the hero versions of them. We're also playing the unique cards, unique ally cards in their deck. So even though I got an ability to put out a whole bunch of uniques and make them into more heroes and do all this shenanigans, people can just play a hero version of it and shuts my entire thing down that I can't play it. So bring extra decks, bring sideboards for the decks that you want to play. That's the risk you take with this game. This is a game of cooperativeness, and you can't cheat the game by having too many of the same heroes. If you're playing 4 players, y'all gotta have, hopefully you're all gonna have understanding what you're playing. If you're playing with strangers, just have swap. Like for instance, if I didn't want to play with him, I could have swapped him with another tactics character, but obviously my combo wouldn't work. So then I would probably have to change my heroes up a little bit. Continuing on. So I saw someone earlier was playing this game earlier today when I peeked at the board game category. No way! Were they playing it through Octagon or Tabletop Simulator, or were they playing this? Lord of the Rings. Because the Lord of the Rings adventure card game is not the same. It's not. The one that they put at the computer game is not like, oh, like this? Awesome. This is the best way to play in it, actually. In person, like this. But I mean, it's not always possible. I will play with people on TTS. If you have TTS, I'll sit down and play Lord of the Rings with you, because I love this game. I mean, we could even just do like a core set thing, so there's not a lot of options. Just take a core set deck, play it, go. Face me in the arena. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? I lost to Kanagi twice. What are you talking about? Weirdo. Yeah, it could be fun, yeah. So, Magic the Gathering Arena. Nice. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is mid. I like the other game just because it's got more of a role-playing feel to it. Not so much it's Magic the Gathering. If it were another card game, I'd probably enjoy just as much, if not more. So, I got some resources here. I could play this card. It costs 2 leadership. I also can play him. Hennemarth River Song. I can also play Dark Knowledge. Or I can save my resources. I'm definitely playing stuff. Fuck that shit. I'm not going to be doing that. So I'm going to play, because this guy's pretty broken for solo play. I'm going to play Henemar's River Song. So it costs me 1 lore, as you can see. So what's his deal? So he's one cost, 1 willpower, 1 attack, 0 defense, 1 hit point. He's a lore sphere character. Henemar's River Song, Sylvan. Exhaust Henemar's River Song to look at the top card of the encounter deck. The reason that's important is because I'm only playing solo. I'm only getting 1 card, so I can actually play him, use him right away for his ability, and look at the top card of the counter deck, and I'll know what's coming out next. So this card's coming out next. It's a condition. Is it? Yep. That's not good. So I know this treachery is coming out. That's the first card. So it's Caught in a Web. Reveal. The first player with the highest threat level, hey, it's only me, attaches as one of the heroes. Condition. Attached text says, attached hero does not ready during the refresh phase unless you pay 2 resources. So basically, I can't ready him like I normally would to not untap him unless I pay 2 resources to untap him. Luckily, I have ways around this, so it's not that big of a deal, but it is going to be annoying to come up so early. But at least I know what I'm prepared to do. So now I can play the next card with that knowledge. So I'm going to go ahead and play Guard of the Citadel. It's just a Gondor. 2 cost, 1 willpower, 1 attack, 0 defense, 2 hit points. Leadership hero, leadership ally, Guard of the Citadel, Gondor warrior, and it's just some flavor text. It's pretty much a blank card, but this is a core set. It's got a lot of these blank cards. You would not normally play him if you weren't playing core set, unless you were playing like a Gondor deck, which he might get some bonuses for, but there are way better cards than him now. But you know, this is the core set. I'm playing core set against core set. Giving myself a fair chance of losing. Alrighty. So now I played my turn, so all my resources are gone. Now it's time to quest. My could be fun to do in response to playing in TTS. Oh, you mean Magic or Magic Arena, or what do you mean? Or are you talking about this game? I'm sorry. My could be fun. Yeah, it would be fun. This is a really great game, especially as co-op. All right, now it's time to quest. So what does questing mean? So questing phase means I tap people and add up their willpower, and that is what I'm going to be questing against the staging area. So right now I have 3 threat in the staging area. I know he's coming to me because I have 30 threat. So my encounter number is bigger than that, so he's going to come to me. So I have to be prepared for that. So I need to do more than 3. I know I'm not getting another one. So I'm actually probably going to do 4. I don't know. We'll see. Let us see. So I think I'm going to... I could lose, by the way. So I'm going to be questing for 4. So how does this work? So I'm adding up the willpower. So 1 willpower, 2 willpower, 2 willpower, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What happens is when he quests, he can give another hero that's not himself. I think he can give him himself, actually. Yeah, so any hero that's committed. So he's committed to the quest, I can give him a resource. His ability says I can spend a resource during quest to ready him. So I'm going to spend that resource and ready him up. Look at that. So I'm still questing with him, but he's not tapped. So now I can use him for other things later. So I'm questing for 4 still. So I'm going to have to reveal the top card of the deck. The top card of the deck, surprise, surprise, is Cotton Web. What am I going to do? Well, I have an option. I could place it on any of my heroes. It's a condition card. There are ways to get rid of conditions. I do have it in the deck. But right now I don't. So whatever it's going to be stuck on them. I'm going to get Aragorn caught in a web. Why? 2 reasons. I can untap him other ways than just naturally tapping him during the refresh phase. And secondly, he has Suit of Gondor, so he could pay for the resources on tap. So he's probably a good one to put it on. Next is traveling. So after you, oh, so actually, I quest for 4. Sorry. So what happens? You count it up. So 3 is in here. So I beat 3. So 4 versus 3 equals 1. So I put 1 on the current quest. So what happens is that it will go current quest first. Sorry, it will go active location first, then current quest second. So I don't have an active location because I haven't traveled yet. So we're just going to put 1 on the active quest. So once I have 8 of those, I completed that portion of the quest. So now what's going to happen now is I got to travel. So I'm going to travel here. If there's a travel effect down there, I'll have to resolve it. In this case, it says response after you travel to the old forest. You may ready one of your characters. Sick. So character is anybody. So if it says heroes, it's one of these guys. If it says allies, one of these guys. Character could be anybody. So I got a choice. What do I want to ready here? I'm going to ready up Theodred. Okay. So what happens now, that was the response of the traveling there. So after traveling, we do what's called engagement. Every player gets to optionally engage an enemy, and if once all those options are done, like everybody chose one hero, one enemy to optionally engage, then it goes down to engagement, where they will engage you regardless. And the way that happens is, if your threat is higher than the engagement cost, you will get that character. And it starts with the first player, and it starts with the highest engagement, working its way down. So in this case, he has 25. I have 30. I'm just going to optionally engage because he's going to engage me anyway. So I'm going to engage him. When I engage him, he gets +1 attack. So his attack is 3. It's going to be a problem. So I get a choice in the matter here. I get to say what we're going to do here. So after engagement happens, it's enemy encounter. So sorry, enemy attacks or player attacks, combat. So at the beginning of combat, yeah, more card games. At the beginning of combat, every enemy gets a shadow card, which is a top card placed face down there. That shadow card can manipulate this guy's attack. Could do various different things. I don't know what that shadow card is. Could be good, could be bad, could be nothing. Could be nothing, no shadow effect on it. Could be nothing. I'm hoping it's nothing. I don't have any way to stop it if it is something. And now I get to choose a defender. So I have to defend the attack first, and then after I defend, I can attack. So I like your ability to draw on cards, but unfortunately, I need to defend. So she has 2 armor, so I'm going to definitely take a damage because he's got a +1, but fuck it. I think it's the best move. So I'm going to go ahead and defend with Barivore. So this spider is attacking Barivore for 3, so automatically I know there's going to be 1 damage on Barivore. Let's flip over the shadow card. The shadow card, as you can see here, doesn't have anything written underneath here. So you can see like this has a shadow effect. See, it has like that little skull and stuff. So that's the shadow effect. If it had one of those things on it, I would add it to it. But because it doesn't have a shadow effect on this card, it just has the effect of the card when it's played, and just some like gritty text for the Hobbit on it. So it's just this lore or whatever. He doesn't get a shadow effect. So he just does his straight up 3 damage. And I defend it for 2, which means I get 1 damage. I did have a choice. I could have did a non-defended or undefended attack. If I decided that I didn't want to defend them and I just want to keep everybody up so I can draw the extra cards, which is not a bad idea either, what would happen is I would have to assign that damage undefended to one of my heroes. So I would have been putting 3 damage on her instead, or 3 damage on him, or 3 damage on him, making them closer to death. But because I was able to tap them or exhaust them for defense, then I can add their defense value on it. If all my characters were exhausted, and I had no way of defending, I would have to take it undefended, and then that just puts damage straight on a character. Hello, Skunk. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing a bit of teaching people how to play Lord of the Rings while also playing Lord of the Rings because this is the best game ever. I wish there was a way of putting Lord of the Rings down here. Because I don't know. I think board games and card games is the only really the one there, right? There's no Lord of the Rings category for this, so people are gonna have to read Lord of the Rings. Anyway, so that's that. So now I have the ability to attack back. So after the enemy's attack, I get to. Now I'm not going through every action phase and every window. There is a full-on like list of like how many action phases you have, what's an action phase, what can be used in between. Like there's a whole bunch of things and what you can respond to. But this is fun to play solo. Yeah, I'm having a good time. But I'm not going through. I'm going through the simpleton read of it, just the phase. So basically, when you get the book, it has a simple version of it, and then if you want to look at the complicated one, there's another book that comes with it that has all the technical stuff in it, and then you can actually see how all the different windows break down. But I'm just going to be playing, showing you the windows as for normal. By the way, can you guys still read the text on these cards, or is it too blurry? I don't know if I fucked up somehow. Anyways, hopefully it's not too blurry. So now it's my turn to attack back. So I'm going to actually attack with this guy and this guy for a total of 5. So how does that work? He gets hit. It's 5, subtracts his armor, which is 1, subtract his hit points. So he's getting 4 damage on him. So I would put 4 damage tokens on him. But because his hit points are 4, he's dead. So bye-bye. It's fine when you bring the card very close to the screen, but very blurry when it's down on the mat. I think it's too small to read anyways. I don't think so. I was doing a view on this earlier, and it wasn't that way. So I'm wondering if I somehow fucked up the stuff. I wonder, did I mess things up for you? Let me see if I can get the focus right. I might have just effed up a bit. I don't know. Let me see if I can fix it. So here's adjustment. Just, thank you. Just. Okay. I guess it doesn't want to adjust once it gets down here. Anyways, doesn't matter. Okay. So now refresh happens at the end of the round. So after the end of the whole turn round thing. So I get my money. So this refreshes. Suit of Gondor. And everybody gets 1 resource. Now, during the refresh phase, there is an action window. I can use the Suit of Gondor. Let me just read this. Yeah, unfortunately, that I can't do. I do not think there's an action window before I get resources, so there's no way for me to stand him back up. I don't think so. Let's take a look. Lord of the Rings action windows. Let's take a look to see if there's an action window beforehand. And we're going to swap that over. Boop. All right, so let's take a look. Visit. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, this is taking so long to load. Okay, that's taking way too long to load. What's wrong here? Where is it? Where the fuck is the action windows to? Send me an official FAQ. Available content, printing guides, unclear. Errata. Okay, why can't I find just the action windows? That seems pretty. Here it is. Can I just look at this image, please? It's probably the one CSAM made. All right, so you can see this is very complicated when it comes to action windows. So, but I get to take a look at it. Oh, cool. Now it makes me want to unlock the thing by paying money. Okay, like I just want to see the fucking action windows here. Um, you know what? I got an idea. Let's not do images. I was doing images, but all right, here we go. It's not a great way of looking at it, but so we were at the refresh phase. So let's take a look at the refresh phase. So ranged option. These are a lot of things happening here in combat. Round ends. All right. Pass the first player token. Refresh phase. Okay, here we go. Refresh phase begins. Ready all cards. Oh, there it is. There it is. Ready all cards. Raise your threat by 1. So that's what's going to happen there. I'm going to raise my threat by 1. Pass the first player token. Action window happens after readying, which means even if I put money on him, the window is already gone that I can't pay the 2 to ready him. I need to have the money on him beforehand. So I'm going to be playing a little bit with his resources. I can still play his resources, but I can't ready him because of the spider webs. So he's remaining tapped. It's going to make my life a little worse, but that is it. And then we could carry on. Let's go back to the thing. So that's a bit of a rules look there. Okay, this is all looking terrible now. What the heck happened here? Yeah, I don't know why it's so blurry. It wasn't like this yesterday. Anyways, also got this happening. From my window, I need better. I need better drapes. I think I'm gonna go buy some blackout curtains because if I start doing this stuff, I want blackout curtains. I want my only light source to be what I control. You know? Yeah. Not cool. Actually, hold on a second. Oh, that made it a little bit better. Okay. So now I can't ready him. So readying's happening, so everything gets readied. That got readied, and I already used it. So, but this is on him. It's attached to him, and it's an encounter card, so I don't have any control over it. All right, cool, fun. Now we're gonna draw a card. We raised our threat by 1. We got resources on our guys, based on our refresh phase. Now we're back on top again. So now we're gonna start playing cards again. So indeed. So I have a spirit card. You're probably wondering why I have a spirit card in the deck. That is because Aragorn has the capability of getting relics to give him other spheres of influence, meaning that he can play cards from other spheres. So I'm going to play this guy, Snowborn Scout, which I always... Oh, sorry, these guys stand too. Which I always wondered, why weren't the Snowborns there during in the movie, right? Because one of the things he said is like, "Who do we have? Who do we have? Who came to Rohan's aid when the beacons were lit?" And they said the Snowborns didn't come, and they're like the most loyal of Rohans. So it never made sense in the movie. Anyways, whatever. Get your shit together. Pay one. So now when he comes into play, so what's his deal? He's 1 cost, 0 will, 0 attack, 1 defense, 1 hit point. Pretty garbage of a character. Snowborn Scout. He's a Rohan Scout. He's a leadership ally. Response. After Snowborn Scout enters play, choose a location, place 1 progress on that location. So progress, you got it. So my active location's over here. It has 3 quest points on it. We're putting 1 on it. I can still play more cards. I'm going to tap him. Look at the top card of the encounter deck. Find out what it is. It is a location with a travel effect. Reveal the top card of the encounter deck. Add it to the staging area when you travel here. Not great. After the mountains leaves the play explored location, each player may search the top 5 cards for 1 card, add it to their hand. The explored thing is very good. Now there are ways, so we're going to be getting rid of this card pretty soon in the active location, I hope. But there are ways of getting rid of stuff in the staging area. Like for instance, this says choose a location. If there was a location that had progress already on it, or only had 1 quest point to resolve, I could get that in the staging area without actually having to. So it's pretty useful. All right. So since I got a location, I know that I don't have to worry about an enemy next turn. If you're playing 2 players or more, you would draw multiple cards from the encounter deck. So the more players you play with is a card from the encounter deck. And there are some cards that have Surge, which means you get another card afterwards. So there's a strategy, a big strategy this game. And once again, I'm only playing with core cards. I am not doing a progression series, even though I really could. Honestly, I love this game. And I have done a progression series on Rolling Intentions. So if you go on to roll, whoa, it's my turn to draw. Ha, you fool! Pot of greed. Oh God, this is a co-op game, so if somebody's playing like that, they're either playing with like fucking Grima Wormtongue and Saruman and playing a Doom deck and like completely ruining the game for everybody. But hey, you know what? People like what they like. So I only got 4 cards. I don't really have anything else I want to play. I could play this guy. No, I can't. Yes, I can. I can play this guy, but his thing says when he enters play, he chooses an enemy in the staging area and engage it. I kind of want to save it, so I'm not going to play it because I want to get him up, and he's caught in a web, so I need to try to figure out something. So now it's on the quest. Jeez, I really want to have her 2 cards. Yeah, alright, I'm going to quest with this guy, her, and him. That's a total willpower of 1, 2, 3, 4. I know what the next card is because of Henamarth Riversong. Very broken in a solo game, obviously. You can see the cards coming up. And, of course, we've got what we got. Mountains of Mirkwood. So it's the card that I mentioned. So if we travel here, we got to reveal another card, which could be pretty bad. But exploring it's pretty cool. So it's a 2 threat card, so we're going to -2 from our willpower here. So it is 2, so we beat it by 2. 2 tokens go on this card. 2 exploration tokens. I've got green hair! That would give it 3, which means it's explored. I just want to do that as to show you what happens. So explored cards go into discard. Frees up the active location slot. Now I can travel to this if I wish to. Do I want to travel to it? Yes. So I'm going to travel to it. When I travel to it, I have to reveal the top card. It says reveal, right? Yep. So it is another location. This one's not terrible, though. This one says after... so it's a threat of 2. 4 quest points.
Forest. After you travel to Forest Gate, the first player draws 2 cards. So that's actually a good one. I will say that positive locations are a thing that the core set had, and I think one other quest group had it. Usually they're always bad, but in the early game they knew they were punishing their players as it was already with the limited card pool. So cool. So what happens now? Well, we got no enemies to engage, so engagement just kind of fizzles. We still go through it. There's no shadow phase, there's no combat. So we're going to go right to refresh phase. So we're going to go up by threat. So 1 threat at the end of refresh. So we're at 32 threat. Once again, 50's loss. I can pay 2 now to pay for Caught in a Web, readying him. So when he readies, I have the amount of money on him to ready him. Actually, I think he gets resources first. Nope. Nope. You don't. It says refresh phase begins, ready all cards, raise threat. When do you get the money, I wonder? Oh, it's resource. Oh. Resource phase happens afterwards. Yes, that's right. So basically, refresh happens like that. Resource phase happens immediately afterwards. So refresh phase is the very first thing that happens. So now it's refresh phase. Refresh phase gives you a card and money on everyone. 1, 2, and 3. Now I have Steward of Gondor, so I can give him additional 2 more money by tapping Steward of Gondor. Also, once again, broken ass card, yo. I shouldn't be able to be so rich. And this is core set, man. This is like the starting cards. I always tell people, I play this core set in quests, in decks that are in games that are in the future. So like when people have access to like 1,000 different cards, I'm still playing core set cards sometimes because I just want to show people like the core set was broken. The core set had too many good cards in it. All right, so now we got a handful of cards. Not kind of. These guys also ready. These guys ready too. They're all ready. They're in refresh. Sorry. Alrighty, so now we get to play another turn. Let's see. We've got a lot of allies out. A lot of these cards I don't want to play. This guy's going to fizzle, but I'm going to play him anyways. So Son of Anor, he's a Dunedain. He's a leadership ally, costs 3, so I'm going to pay 3. So 1, 2, 3 off leadership heroes. His ability says, he's got 0 willpower, 2 attack, 2 defense, 0 defense, sorry, 2 hit points. He's a Dunedain. After Son of Anor enters play, choose an enemy card in the stage area, or currently engage with another player, then engage that enemy. So if somebody else is having problems with an enemy, I could take it from them and give it to myself. Or if there was one in the stage area, I could yoink, take it. But there's nothing. But he does an extra character that I can use as a defender and die or attack with. We're going to do this as well. Fuck it. No, I won't. I will not. I will not! Because I've got resources on her now. I could actually draw on something cool. Alright. After you play your cards, quest time. Let's go! Questing time! So I'm going to be questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So why am I not looking at the top card? Well, it's because even if the top card is an enemy or something terrible, I need to put quest points on these things to get to the next thing. And this gives me a card. So if I explore this, I can get one of the top 5 cards and put it in my hand. That's crazy. That's a free ability that you're not even paying for. Like super good. So I'm gonna go ahead and quest for 5. I'm not questing with her because I want to draw some cards. When his ability triggers, once again, I can choose the order it goes in. So his order is give somebody a resource. So I'm going to give him a resource. He's going to spend that resource for his ability of spending a resource during questing to ready him. So he'll be readied. Readied means on tap. For people just joining. But I'm still questing with him. So it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 willpower. Against 2. And let's reveal. We have a forest spider. Another forest spider. So that's 5. That's 4 altogether. If I never quest it enough to meet this amount, I would gain 1 threat for every failure I had. So in this case, if I only quest it for 2 and we have 4, my threat will go up by 2. But because I did it by 5 and there's only 4 out there, 1 will go on the active location. Now, I can't travel, unfortunately, because I've already had it back to location. So it's going to stay in the staging area. Not much I can do about it. And then I have the option of engagement. I'm going to option engage him because he's going to come to me regardless. Of course, every time that these guys go to somebody, they get +1 attack, so he has 3 attack. So he's going to be attacking for a nasty amount. However, I'm ready. I'm ready for this attack. So, combat's happening. First thing that happens, he gets a shadow card. So what's interesting is that if you use a card called Feint, which allows you to cancel somebody's one of these enemies' abilities to attack, the shadow card still gets placed on them, but because they don't attack, when they go to attack, the shadow card will go into the discard. So it does still manipulate the deck in a way. So we got to keep that in mind, that just because you feint somebody doesn't mean they don't get a shadow card. They still get a shadow card. So I'm going to defend with the Snowborn Scout, because fucking that's what they're for. They're for basically chump blocking and using their ability. So he's attacking him for 3. No shadow card. So once again, shadow cards or anything underneath this skull thing here. So he doesn't have one. He just has some written stuff for his own ability, but nothing else. So he just gets discarded. He will take 3 damage. So 1 will be prevented by his defense, because I use him as a defender. And the other amount, well, the other 2 damage will go onto his hit points. Unfortunately, his damage exceeds his hit points, or is equal to, I guess, or exceeds. So he dies. He goes to my discard. When an undefended happens, undefended damage can only go on heroes, cannot go on allies. Allies have to defend in order to be useful in the matter of taking a hit. But that's it, no excessive damage. Some enemies have abilities that say excessive damage goes towards the threat, so in that case, it would have increased my threat by 1 if there was excessive damage. Some enemies will say excessive damage goes on heroes, but you read the cards, it'll tell you. Otherwise, excessive damage gets cancelled. So now combat is over. I'm going to go ahead and use her ability, I think. Oh, will I? Yes. I'm going to use her ability. So her ability is to exhaust her to draw 2 cards. Fucking brilliant. I'm going to straight up draw 2 cards for her ability. That's 1. That's 2. Giving me a bigger hand. There is no hand size limit. You can have as many cards you want in your hand. There has been times where my hand is literally like this. Like that thick, depending upon the decks I play. Where people are like, the deck is as big, my deck is smaller than my hands, which is always seems to be a problem. No, no. All right. So now this guy exists. So now combat's gonna, so player combat. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack with this guy for 2. Attack with him for 3. That is 5 attack altogether. So that is 1 defense, so 1 minus 5 is 4. 4 damage goes on him. That's enough to kill him. Goodbye. So long. Thanks for all the fish. Now we're going to go into refresh. I'm going to pay the 2 on him to pay for the caught in the web to ready him. So him, he gets up. I eventually have to get rid of that conditioning because that's annoying. That extra cost is annoying. And don't forget, I go up at threat.
33. Still on 1B, there are 3 different quests I have to do. We'll get through it. I'm going to speed things up a bit now because everything else is kind of rinse and repeat. So you're going to see things move at a faster thing. If you have a question, speak up. Speak up or forever hold your peas. Draw a card for my turn. Get a resource for every character. 1, 2, 3. Use Steward of Gondor. I can do that during planning or whatever. Get 2 more resources. Boom, boom. I have to hold my pee. Okay, this changes everything. Okay, I'm gonna pay 1 on her. Put fuck. I need to get the guy who gets rid of fucking attachments. Anyways, I'm gonna put Protector of Lorien on him. So Protector of Lorien costs 1 lore. It is a title, it's an attachment. It's attached to hero, so only heroes can have it. Action: discard a card from your hand to give attached hero 1 defense or 1 willpower until the end of the phase. So each phase is like combat phase, questing phase, all those different phases. And you can do it up to 3 times. So I can discard cards now, which works really well for her, to start pumping them up. So now I can increase my defense. That's really the main reason that's in the deck. And hopefully I don't have to worry about too much about the web, because that web is going to be kind of annoying. That only costs 1. So I had 3 resources on her, right? Or did I not? Did I have 2 resources or 3 resources on her? Did I pay? I think I paid the 1, right? Because I don't remember playing anybody last turn with her. No, I didn't. Well, well, well. Let's take a look at Henemarth, Riversong. Let's take a look at the next card. The next card says deal 1 damage to each exhausted character. Wow, that sucks. So that means exhausted characters are knelt, so anybody who's exhausted when that card comes up is taking 1 damage. That could be quite a lot of damage. So I have to be careful. Hmm. Alright, I'm going to play Dark Knowledge on her. So, Dark Knowledge is 1 cost, lore card, condition. Oh no, condition. Attached to a hero, attached hero gets -1 will. Oh no, why am I playing a card that's making my characters weaker? The response says exhaust deep knowledge, Dark Knowledge to look at 1 shadow card that was just dealt by an enemy attacking you. So now I can see, this is all about knowledge, I can see things coming. So now I can see the shadow cards and know what to expect against enemies. I get to see the top card of the encounter deck, I get to see the shadow cards, so knowledge is power. And that's all I'm doing. Or am I? No, I am. I'm gonna... That's all I'm doing. Keeping the rest of these cards. Alright. Last quest. So we already know that we're going to be getting a card that's going to be dealing damage to anybody who's exhausted. But he has 2 hit points. He has 5. He has 4. But anyways, let's go! So we're going to exhaust for him, and him. So what's that all together? That is 2, 3, 4. When he quests, he gives him a resource. We're going to take that resource off to send him back up. I'm still questing for 4. Plus I have Protector of Lorien, which you can use afterwards. So the bonus with that, there's an action window before resolving the quest. I can add more willpower onto the quest. But I can see what the card is first. I already know what card it is, but anyways, just saying. So we're going to reveal the top card. It is the card that says, the Eye of Sauron! The Necromancer's Reach. Fair enough. This is the Palantir, I guess.
When revealed, deal 1 damage to each exhausted character. Anybody that's tapped gets damaged. I am your mom. Oh, you're so funny. Funny joke. I got a half hour to do this. I definitely have to speed up now. Is that the Palantir? I guess it's not the Palantir, but it's probably one of the Seeing Stones, sorry. Not the Palantir. It's one of the Seeing Stones for the Necromancer that's in Dungledore. Dungledore! The one that's taking care of the wraiths, or the ring wraiths, or whatever. Or the goblins. Definitely not the Palantir. Well, he's holding in his hand, right? So it's a Seeing Stone, by the looks of it. But like the Seeing Stone is seeing the eye. I don't think that is that the actual Eye of Sauron? Like, maybe it is. Maybe that is the Eye of Sauron. I just assumed that it was like a Seeing Stone, and it's showing the corruption of the, of the eye in it. Pinched his eye. Yeah. Right? So like he's holding the Seeing Stone, and you know that Seeing Stone is Sauron's eye, whatever. But anyways. It might not, it's not the Palantir, I don't think. But the Palantir is very particular. It's a very particular Seeing Stone, I think. So we beat it, right? So we beat it by quite a bit. So we got 2, 3, 4. So we beat it by 2, which is all we needed for this. Do I want to add more? I can discard cards that I have to add more because of Protector Lorient. I am not going to do so. I'm going to put the 3 on this, which triggers this. So when that's explored, leaves play, sorry. Explored. Okay, when it leaves play, explored. Each player searches the top 5 cards for 1 card, puts it in their hand, then shuffle their deck. So 1, 2, oh, wicked. 3, 4, 5. I'm taking this guy. The rest gets shuffled back in. Why am I taking him? Well, what has been hindering me? And these are all cards, like, if you bought or played the core set, like, I mean, or TTS or whatever, like, these are cards all available to you right now. I'm basically giving you all, like, the run of, like, Fantasy Flight, man. Like, they put a lot of effort in this. So this is the reason why. This guy is a Miner to Iron Hills, is a dwarf. He's a lower card, cost 2. He has got 0 willpower, 1 attack, 1 defense, 2 hit points. All nice things. After a response after Iron Hill Miner enters play, choose to discard 1 condition attachment from play, so I can get rid of that goddamn stupid spider web. And I'm pain in my thorn inside. All right, cool. What's happening next? Well, Forest Gate, I'm going to travel to. Response: after you travel to Forest Gate, the first player draws 2 cards. Heck yeah, 2 more cards for me. While I'm at it, why don't I just tap Burvor and draw 2 more cards? Holy cow! Look at all the cards I have! Once again, another special edition card. It's a you can tell it looks different. All right. Now what happens? Well, I can't attack anything. I can't engage anything. So we're just gonna go straight to refresh. So refresh, go up by 1 threat. We're getting to the point now where we're gonna start win more. So 1 resource to everybody. Boop boop. This is what happens during the resource phase. And then I'm going to use 2 to Gondor to get 2 more resources, because once again, broken ass card. Look at all the money I got. That's why people only play 1 of them. And they definitely made a mistake when they created that card. Tell you right now. And then you draw a card. Huh. Don't have enough cards? Gandalf! I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me. Alright, so we're going to play some cards. We're going to drop down 2 resources here. We're going to drop Celebrian Stone on Aragorn. So it costs 2. You can see it's an attachment. It is a leadership attachment. Cost 2 leadership is unique, of course. It is an artifact item. Attach restricted. So restricted means that you can have up to 2 restricted items or 3 restricted attachments on a hero. Can't have any more than 2 unless you use shenanigans, of course. Attached hero gets +2 willpower. Hell yeah, +2 willpower. If attached hero is Aragorn, he also gains the spirit resource icon. So now we can start spending resources for spirit, meaning that my spirit cards, like these two, are now useful. And, geez, I kind of feel silly about this, but nah, let's do this. So I'm going to go ahead and spend 2 off of Barivor and drop the Miner of the Iron Hills. We already went over him, so you already know what he does. Gets rid of condition cards. So it's going to get rid of Caught in a Web. So he's no longer caught in a web. Thanks, Iron Hill Miner. Thanks for removing the condition. It was annoying me. Now we're going to play Unexpected Courage. We have spirit resources now because of Aragorn's now gained the spirit icon. So that's the spirit icon there. It is a 2-cost spirit condition card. Is an attachment. Attached to a hero. Exhaust Unexpected Courage to ready an attached hero. So I can pay 2 here. Drop this over here on Barivor. And now I can untap Barivor pretty much whenever I want. I still got 4 resources left. Let's go! We're going to spend 3. We're going to play Silverlode Archer! It is a ally. It is leadership. It has cost 3. It has 1 willpower, 2 attack, 0 defense, 1 hit point. It is ranged. Sylvan Archer. It has some fucking lore on the bottom, whatever. But ranged is really good for a couple of reasons, mainly for helping your friends. So normally you can only defend and attack your own things that you're engaged with. Range allows you to attack with your friends in order to get something over like their armor or whatever to add damage onto the engaged heroes. So really cool thing. There are some other range shenanigans you can do later, but right now that's all you need to know about it. Either way, you have very limited options in Core Set. So you take everything you can get. Not something I normally would play in solo, but you know what? It does help out if we're playing multiplayer. What are we going to do now? Well, I have a handful of cards, and I can't wait to play Gandalf. I have a probably one of the most powerful combos in the core set in this deck, and I'm hoping to pull it off. First, let's take a look at the top card. What's the top card going to be? Using Hanamarth Riverside, look at the top card of the encounter deck. It's one of these again. We've seen this before. It's the one that you get when you travel to it. You reveal another card. After you get it, you get any card on the top of your deck. Any on the top 5 cards, whatever. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for a location. Usually locations are pretty fucking bad, but in this case, a good one. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and tap her. Use her ability to draw 2 cards. 1, 2. I have 2 cards. I'm going to spend this resource to play Snowborn Scout. We already know what that does. We've seen it before. Put it on any location. So I'm going to put out a thing. I only need 3 more now, and I got that explored. We're going to get to the point where we're going to start putting it on the quest and completing this hopefully soon, because I got to go soon. All right, let's speed it up. Time to quest. We are questing for 2. We're requesting for. Actually, this gives them +2. So we're requesting for 4, 5, 6. There's no summoning sickness, so they can go quickly as fast as they come out. 7. We're requesting for 7. I'm going to use Unexpected Courage to stand her back up. I could quest with her, knowing that why not? 8, 9. We are questing for 9. Oh, sorry, we're not 9 because We're questing for 8, sorry, because Forgotten Knowledge gives her -1 will. So questing for 8. This guy gives him a resource. We'll be using that resource to send him back up. Let's go. Here we go. We've got the Mountains of Mirkwood. Big whoop. So we've got what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, sorry, 7, 8. So we got 8, do we? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we only quested for 8. -2 is 6. So we could put 3 on this, 3 on this. Or we could just fucking wing it a bit more. So we got a handful of cards here. Why don't we just start hucking some stuff? That's a duplicate. I can't play that. Because I'm doing it to protect our Lorien. Protect our Lorien gives me +1 will or +1 attack. So I'm going to use it for will. Fuck it. Drop him down. Another Duck Knowledge. Boom. So I just used the maximum amount, +3. Yep, +3. So that's going to be 3 additional. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 minus 2, 9, 9 minus 3, 6. So we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to put 6 on this. So it already has 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. Where's my quest cards? So it should have 7 altogether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more and we complete this part of the quest. Will I travel? No. I will not travel. So I can choose not to travel. I just stays in the stage area then. And we're carrying on. So, same thing happens. No enemies to engage. Go up 1 threat. Boop. 35. Probably not going to have to worry about going to 50 anytime soon. Everything stands back up. During refresh. Refresh is happening. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm so refreshed. Nice and refreshed. Look at me go. Ready, ready, ready for more. More action, please. So there is a lot of punishment later on with allies and that kind of stuff, but this is a core set. They try to be a little bit lenient at least. Draw a card. Cool beans. Look at me with card draw galore. And then start getting money. So 1, 2, 3. Tap Steward of Gondor. Why not? Get 2 more resources from him. Holy crap. So funny. There's this guy named Brandon in Cardboard of the Rings. And when he first started, he thought fucking Steward of Gondor was a garbage card because he's silly. Brandon's silly. Silly boy. I miss him so much. Alright. Now it's time to play. How about we just play a game that's probably going to win this? I mean, it's the point. We're playing the game, right? It's a little bit risky to play it. Alright, let's go. Alright, we're going to move this all over a little bit. Here comes the big boy. Which you wouldn't think it would be because his daddy hates him. That's right. Your least favorite son of all. Faramir. Everybody hates him. Everybody hates him and doesn't want to be him. Faramir, here we go. He's a super powerful card in the core set. He costs 4 leadership. 2 willpower. 1 attack. 2 defense. 3 hit points. He's a unique ally. It is Faramir, Gondor Noble Ranger. His action is absolutely batshit crazy. You exhaust him, choose a player. Each character controlled by that player gets +1 willpower until the end of the phase. Essentially making questing absolutely apeshit. You like Faramir? Then you must not like cherry tomatoes. You can only like one or the other. Because Faramir would never... Faramir would never have let Osgiliath... Or, sorry, Boromir would have never let Osgiliath fall to the shadow. So... okay. Now we're going to do questing. So I'm going to be questing with Aragorn, Theodred. We're going to quest with... actually, before we do that, before we quest, sorry. Probably should do this. Oh, that's not it. Let's take a look at the next card first. Let's just find out what the card is. So I use Hennemeth Riversong, which is really good that I got him so early. I'll take a look at that card. Okay, it's just a location. It's not going to matter. Oh, cannot draw cards. That does suck. But I think it's fine. But I'm going to continue my questing. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. That's plenty. So we're going to quest for 7. He's going to give him a resource, but I'm not going to untap him. I'm going to keep that resource there. No reason to untap him. Because we know what's coming up. So 7. Let's reveal the top card. Oh, so special. How did we not know this card was there? We've got Enchanted Stream. So while it's the active location, so it's fine where it's 2, as long as it's not up here. Players cannot draw cards, but as long as it's stage area, it's fine. Honestly, I don't give a shit about these locations. We're questing for so much right now, like, don't have to worry about it. So I'm going to go ahead. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Let's see. We got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, because so we're putting 3 on the current quest because there's no active location. That triggers the quest. So we complete it. Boom. Victory display. Or whatever you want to call it. Alright. We have a fork in the road. As you move through Mirkwood, hounded by spiders, the forest path splits before you. Or forks before you. Whoop. Unsure of what lies ahead, but spurred by the urgency of your message, you choose a path and proceed. When you defeat the stage, choose one of the 2A chosen paths at random. So these are 2 last quests. I get to choose one of those at random, and then I have to do that quest. But this one's only at 2. It's really easy to get through. Just gotta get 2 quest points on it. Easy. We got nothing to... I could travel. I'm not going to travel, though. Fuck it. I'm just going to go ahead and draw 2 cards. And then I'm going to ready her and draw 2 cards. And then I'm going to say I'm done. Refresh phase happens. I go up one threat. As you can see, I have a handful of fucking cards now because of all the card draw. This is why I love this deck so much. It is all core set, but man, the power it gives you is absolutely crazy. So much power. Resource on everybody. 1, 2, 3. Draw that card. Another card draw. Use through the Gondor. Put 2 resources on them. All right. What do you do? Like, what do you do? What do you give the man who has everything? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm gonna play this guy here. So I'm gonna spend 2 of these lore resources, and we're gonna play Elmore, Ebenbor Hammersmith. He's pretty cool. I use him in other decks. So he is a 2-cost lore, 1 will, 1 attack, 1 defense, 3 hit points. Very beefy for 2 cost. He's a very beefy boy. He's a dwarf craftsman. Response: when he enters play, the Ebenor Hammersmith return the topmost attachment in any player's discard pile to their hand. I guess his hand. So in this case, I can return this one, which was Dark Knowledge, to my hand. Why do I choose that? Well, I got to do topmost, so I don't get a choice. But now I got more cards to discard if I need to protect our Lorien, which is both a defense and a will thing. So perfect for him. He gets to do both, attack and defend. Let's take a look at the top cards. We're going to use Riversong, Hennemeth Riversong to look at the top card. If I was playing a 4-player game, he's not that useful. Because looking at the top card of the deck, a counter deck doesn't really account for a whole lot other than the first card that comes off. Because in a 4-player game, we're revealing 4 of these cards. But because it's a 1-player game, we're only revealing 1. He is totally broken for a 1 cost. It's crazy. All right, we're getting another location. I don't give a shit. Necromancer's Pass? Don't care. Don't care. Alright, time to quest. So, fuck it. We're gonna quest for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And fuck it, we're gonna throw all the other guys in too. They're all questing for 0. None. They're questing for 0. Why? You'll find out very soon. Alright, reveal the top card. I wonder what it is. It is Necromancer's Pass. Whoop. Putting the current threat at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, it's getting high in there. So, I'm questing for 4, 5. Well, actually, when that happens, you get a resource. You spend that resource to setting back up. Anyways, that's 4, 5, 6, nothing, 7, 8. So I'm questing for 8. So I would only put 1 on the current quest. But that's if I was a bitch. But because I'm not a bitch, I'm tapping Faramir to use his ability. I'm choosing me as the player. All of my characters get +1 willpower. So how much do I have now? Well, he has 5 willpower now instead of 4. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the ones at 0 now have 1. 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm questing for 16 now, doubling it almost. So fuck that shit. 16 minus 7. More than enough than 2. I complete this quest. It only required 2 quest points. Well, I fucking blew that out of the water. I have to choose one at random. Chat. Left or right? Top or bottom? Which one shall I do? Top or bottom? They both read the same thing. They both say, the trail winds in the darkness, most tangled parts of the forest. You sense that a foul dark presence is haunting you, and you move quickly in an attempt to avoid its evil. Top? There it is. That's my final quest. Don't leave the path! Passage through Mirkwood. 0. It has 0 quest points on it. So that means questing doesn't do anything much anymore, I guess, other than avoid getting threat, I guess. The shadows grow dark. You realize a foul presence is aiming to draw you into its path. You must defeat it. To pass this way. Revealed. Each player must reveal from the encounter deck and discard pile 1 spider card. Spider! Of his choice. Add it to the stage area. So I gotta pick a spider. But the game tells me a hint of maybe which spider I should get. Players must find and defeat Ugrant's spawn to win the game. I don't know how to pronounce it. But, so, guess what? There's a spider named that. So maybe I should go ahead and look for that spider and put it into play. Probably going to have problems. I might have overquested. Alright. There he is! So I gotta shuffle up this. Shuffle off, I guess. So all I need to do is kill him. If I kill him, I win. Won't be doing that, though. Not this round. Urgant spawn. He is 32, so he's going to engage me. I'm going to have to defend against him. He has 3 threat, which doesn't really matter at this moment. 5 attack, 2 defense, 9 hit points. Owie. He's a creature spider. When revealed, each character that's currently committed to the quest has -1 will until the end of phase. The -1 will doesn't really matter when it's not the quest phase, but hey. Boom! I guess it is quest phase, but I've already I was already completed. So now I'm gonna have to deal with that bitch. He's gonna hurt. Well, he's probably not going to. So I'm gonna travel. So I'm gonna go ahead and travel. Let's see. I'm gonna travel to Necromancer's Pass. Traveling there makes me discard 2 cards at random. The first player. So I'm gonna go ahead and discard 2 cards at random. I don't really care. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me 2 numbers between 1 and 10. Go on. You just give me one number each. It's fine. Of whoever's here. One, two, three, four. Okay. Next. 10. The last card. Got it. There's my cards. You got rid of my tested will. Ouchies. That could be painful. And another dark knowledge. Probably the one that I picked up earlier. Not a big deal. Tested will sucks though, because tested will is my cancel. Alright, cool. Now, we traveled. It's time to engage. We have no choice. We're having to face off against a spawn. He a big boy. He a big fat spider. He's like, oh, I'm so fat. I'm gonna be like, oh no, chunky boy. I gotta kill. Gotta deal with chunky boy spider. So he gets a shadow card. Now, what's interesting? You haven't seen this yet. I have dark knowledge. Dark knowledge says I can exhaust dark knowledge to look at a shadow card that was just dealt by an enemy attacking you. So I'm gonna do that. Let's see what the shadow card is. The shadow card has no shadow card effects. And in the core set, in the early core set, they didn't have a lot of shadow card effects. So I know he's just coming in for 5 attack. What do? I'm gonna defend this. If I don't defend it, I'm losing a hero. Because he's going to do 5 damage undefended. Which means 5 damage to one of my heroes. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to defend. So I'm going to defend with Aragorn. He has 2 defense. So if I don't do anything, this guy's still going to do 3 damage to Aragorn. That's pretty nasty. But Aragorn has Protector Elorian, which allows me to discard cards to give him defense. Also willpower. One or the other. I'm going to give him 3 defense. How? I'm going to discard 1 card. I'm going to discard 2 cards. I'm going to discard 3 cards. Boom. I gave him +3 defense. So now his defense is 5. So he's going to attack Aragorn. Aragorn defends for 5. Card doesn't have any shadow effect because I was using my precognition through card effects to find out. 0 damage is done. If an enemy is still engaged with you, because I can't kill him, all the other times I got to kill him, I can't even do damage to him. Any other, once per round. I should not have done that twice. I forgot. I shouldn't. So I'll just tap her to use her, but I already got the 2 cards. I forgot she can only use her ability once per round. But I'll just assume that I got the 2 cards now. Doesn't matter. I have a handful of cards, but I can use her ability next. Use this to stand her back up, but I can't really do anything. Even if she stands back up through Unexpected Courage, I cannot attack him. He got 2 defense versus 2 attack. It dinks and becomes 0. So time to untap is refresh. So untap. So he's still engaged with me. He won't go away. I have to deal with him. The bonus is that his threat does not add to what I have to quest against. So that 3, because he's engaged with me, I taken the threat from the staging area. So I just got to fight him and kill him and not have to worry too much about the threat. I still got to worry about the locations there. So means I don't want to underperform, you know? Still got to want to be able to do this. All right. Everybody's back up again. Draw a card. 1, 2, 3. And then 2 more for Steward of Gondor. Gondor! For Gondor! Alright. Here is a pretty broken combo. Here's a pretty broken combo. During the resource phase, I'm going to show you this little fucking... It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, watch this shit. It's kind of anticlimactic. So, this is our page. Remember that has all the action windows. You can see here resource. So after I draw my cards, gain resources, all that shit, I have an action window, which means I can use action abilities. So I'm going to use an action. The action's called. Well, let me flip it over here. So this is during resource, not during planning, okay? and it's a reason for it. Or wait, is there? Yes, there's a reason for it. Yeah, check this shit out. This is crazy. So this is sneak attack. It's from of course, the collector's edition sneak attack, but it is a core set card. So it is a 1-cost leadership card. It is an event. So I play it and it goes in my discard. Action: put one ally into play from your hand. At the end of the phase, so basically after resource phase over, return that ally back to your hand. So I'm going to spend the 1, which I just did, and I'm going to play sneak attack. I'm going to sneak Gandalf into play. This is like the classic combo. This is what everybody talks about the core set. And people wonder, like, oh, it's too broken. No, it's too good. Gandalf costs 5. He's coming in during resource phase. He is 4 questing, 4 attack, 4 defense, 4 hit points. At the end of the round, so after the end of the round, if he's still in the play at the end of the round, you'd have to discard him. Response: after Gandalf enters play, draw 3 cards, or deal 4 damage, or to one enemy, or reduce your threat by 5. So he's going to come into play, boop, as an ally, whatever. And I'm going to do 4 damage to an enemy. Cool. Guess what enemy I'm doing it on? Boop, 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 boop. 4 damage to him. So he has 9 health, and now he took 4. Everybody for Gondor, but what about 5 Gondor? 5 Gondor! Like 5 guys in Gondor. 5 Gondor. So now the resource phase ends, and it goes into planning. When the resource phase ends, because I used that sneak attack, he goes back to my hand. During planning, I can pay 5. And I can play Gandalf again! And deal another 4 damage! During planning phase! 1, 2, 3, 4! Putting the spider at 1 hit point. And I haven't even done anything yet. I wasn't even supposed to be here today! I'm going to tap Barivor. Actually, I'm going to tap Henemarth Riversong. Take a look at the top card here. Oh, these guys. They're annoying. But not going to be annoying enough for me. I'm going to tap her to draw 2 cards. 1, 2. Yeah, now it's quest phase. So I'm gonna quest here. I'm gonna quest for 1. So that's 4. So that's 4, 5. I can use her to stand here back up for us. 5. 6. 7. We're just gonna quest for 7. He's going to give him a resource. I'm going to spend that resource, send him back up, as the combo is. We're going to draw a card. So this guy here, Dungledore Orcs. They are 10 engagement, meaning that they don't need much threat to engage. 2 threat, 2 attack, 0 defense, 3 hit points. They are Dungledore Orcs. They are Dungledore and Orc. When revealed, the first player must choose one character currently committed to the quest to deal 2 damage to that character. So I'm going to choose him. He's a character that's currently committed to the quest. And he has 3 hit points. This is why beefy boys are good. Yeah, so beef. Get that beef on you. Here we go. You can take another hit point yet. Alright. Now we're going to count it up. So we have 2, 4, 6 out there. We quested for 7, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. We put 1 on this card. And I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be putting more on it. We're going to try and travel. We can't travel. We have an active location, so we continue on. Engagement. He's going to engage with me regardless, so I'm going to have to engage with him. I'll take him. Now I have 2 enemies. We're going to end up having to get shadow cards in these enemies. The first shadow card goes on the person with the highest threats for the current player. And then the next one goes on the next character. You can take the attacks in whatever order you want. So you don't have to like do the attack from the highest order or the lowest. You can choose who attacks you first and second, which does make a difference in a lot of different variations of the games. When these guys got their shadow cards, I could use Dark Knowledge to reveal one of their cards. I will reveal this guy's card. He's the only one that matters. I don't want him to go back to the stage area. Nothing. Even better. Even though it wouldn't matter. Even if he did. So I'm going to have to choose defenders. I'm going to defend this guy first. So let's defend him with Faramir. Faramir will defend with him. So Faramir's got 2 defense, 3 hit points. So these orcs are attacking for 2. They're actually attacking for more. Shadow effect. First one yet. Shadow. Attacking enemies gets +1 attack. If undefended, it gets +3. So undefended can be terrible. So 1 extra attack because it was defended gives him 1 damage. He has 3 hit points, so he don't give a shit. Then it's this guy. He's going to attack. I'm going to defend with Gandalf. Gandalf means me. We know it doesn't have an effect because we use Dark Knowledge. It does 5 attack to him, which does 1 damage to him. He's going away at the end of the round anyways. This game is over. What happens now? I'm going to do my attack backs. So I'm going to attack this guy for 3, for 5. Doesn't really matter. 5 versus 2 means 3 damage rolls over. He only has 1 hit point. He dies. Goodbye, spider. I exterminated you. So even though I've got a dude here, well, let's read what the card says. Players must find and defeat Ruga's spawn to win the game. I have 0 quest points in this. I immediately win the game. And I have all these extra cards. So that is the first quest of... Yes, victory! Victory for Vikaroth! The V gives it all away. The victorious Vikaroth viciously, vilely vermin. Ah ha ha! Ah, I feel like that V character on the DC Comics movie. So that is the game. Obviously, the first quest is a slow pitch. They give you cards, they give you ready your heroes and all kind of stuff in the quests. So it does get more tougher than that. It gets a lot more tougher than that. But it gives you an idea of Lord of the Rings. I have other card games, but this is definitely the one I play the most of. I used to do a solo series called the Progression series where I was slowly... What would happen is I played through the order in which they were released, the sets. And I would slowly upgrade my deck as we go forward to face against whatever challenges may come. I will say that sometimes you need to build for the quests because some of the quests are impossible to play by itself. You got to build for them. But most of the quests you can get away with building your own variation without having to build directly towards it. For instance, there is one with Radagast that you have to heal a bird, basically, and then bring him back to Radagast. But the bird takes damage every turn. So if you don't have healing in the deck, you just lose by default, pretty much. There might be a way of rushing it, but not by the time he takes damage. You need, and the problem is every time you heal him, he breaks whatever he. Sorry, not breaks. He destroys or kills or whatever it is, whatever healed him. So if you use the character to heal him,
That's it. That character is gone. Right? It's really strange, but that's how it is. Anyways, that's it for me today. I'm running about 15 minutes late. Anybody have any questions? Let's go ahead and go over here. We'll have a little spat and chat before I head off. So that was Lord of the Rings. So I showed today a little summary at the very beginning of the VOD for people who are here and missed it. I showed off a bunch of locally made. Oh, okay, I didn't change it. I always forget to change it. I locally made card games. So if you're interested in seeing indie stuff that you're never going to see because it only came out, they're prototypes of. I'm in a game community that makes games locally. Okay, so these are like prototypes of games that you will never see. If you want to take a look at some of these like ideas, that's at the beginning of the pod. If you want to listen to me talk about game theory and nicely timed ad. Oh, there's an ad right now? Ah, shit. We'll wait for a minute and a half. Yeah, very good. Ay, ay, ay. Y'all back from the ad yet? Y'all back from the ad? No? No? Wait, you are. You replied to me. Son of a bitch. Or are you reading it on the corner? So once again, if you want to see my stuff from the local stuff, I was looking earlier. I also went ahead and had a revisit to the GNS theory. So that's the game narrative simulator theory. By one of the people who helped create it, not Ron Edwards, but Vincent Baker. Very interesting ideas and how his ideas changed after 20 years. So that was kind of interesting for me to talk about. If you are interested in narrative games and wondering what the difference between a narrative game is and what you play, it might be worth checking out because it is separate. It is different generally, unless like your games are narrative, and then well, I'm wrong. But other than that, that's it for the stream, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out and joining. If you're not following, please give me a follow. I do this kind of like on my spare time. It might be winding down at some point in the future, but I will try and at least come on here about once or twice a week. Sorry, once or yeah, but once if I get an opportunity to work, depending, I will try to come on here 3 times a week if possible. Yes, trans rights, human rights, Pride. Happy Pride Month, everybody. It did have a little discussion about politics with regards to Pride and how angry people make me when they're being super shitty. Eventually, the hyper focus will not fade. That's not it. No, I did not find a job, but I'm just saying that. I'm saying that they. Well, still got till October before I have to like really stress about it. But I am looking. The government position that I worked seems to be kind of like I don't know if it's being filled or whatever because, or just being like kind of like I don't know removed. I don't know what to say because fucking there's more layoffs coming at the end of this month from the government. So I don't know if that's what that means for me. Probably means I don't have a job with them.
for a very long, for at least a year or ever. Who knows? So, anyways, yeah. So that's I'm gonna be looking forward to that. Oh, don't be sorry. It's fine. I mean, that's all I can do. I gotta move on. Blame the Nazis. Well, I'm not American, so I'm Canadian. We have our own. We have a different set of issues. Then again, I guess tariffs probably played a part in my quick exit. I guess we have Pierre Polyev. Yeah, I guess that's true. One Canadian Nazi government guy. Yeah, fair enough. Or when they praise the Nazi. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, smooth move, government. Oh, that's it. Do your fact checking. But anyways, thank you so much, everybody. I'm gonna take a look to see if anybody's online. I think I see Lucia, maybe. I don't know if Lucia's doing like more Monster Hunter or whatever. Let me just double check. I've been streaming for 5 hours. It doesn't feel like 5 hours, but I did. I finished just in time too, which is nice. Then again, when I first start my streams, because it's so early, I don't get many people. Like, most of my viewers come at right at the end. Oh my god, Kanagi's fucking streaming? What a nerd. Well, Kanagi, I guess I'm gonna have to raid you, you dweeb. Alright, everybody. Get ready for Kanagi dweebness. Alright, message is Kanagi is a dweeb. Okay? That's the raid message. Kanagi is a dweeb. That's W. That's DWEEB. Dweeb. Capital D for dweeby. Alright, thanks everybody. Take care. Bottom? Sure.